out there on IVF even more than them. So we're totally in favor of it.
The former president's also looking to increase support among groups that historically vote Democratic and still do by larger margins, like Black men. The former president had high praise for Latinos at a Hispanic roundtable at his hotel in the Miami area Tuesday.
Now, 2016, it was a little early, but then I started producing for them, and they produced for the country because the level of genius, entrepreneurship, energy that they have. It's an incredible community, and I liked them, and they liked me. And
another group Harris is courting is disaffected Republicans. She appeared with former Wyoming Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, who told voters in Michigan Monday,
I would just remind people, if you're at all concerned, you can vote your conscience and not ever have to say a word to anybody. And there will be millions of Republicans who do that on November 5th.
Now, the Fox News Power Rankings also note that the same Fox poll that put Trump ahead of Harris by 2 points nationally shows her doing better by 6.5 points in the swing states, with him ahead only in Arizona and North Carolina.
It's strange because we got two campaigns, right? We had the Biden campaign and everyone was in it trying to figure out how that was going to work out. And then we've had this truncated Harris campaign.
Jessica Tarlov is a Democratic strategist and co-host of The Five.
Which I think there are some benefits and drawbacks for her candidacy as a result of it being on the short time frame. But it is wild that it's 2 weeks away. And I don't know if you've been hearing this in your world, but more and more people are saying to me that they think there's a pretty strong likelihood that we could know something really substantive on election night. Not necessarily who won. Pennsylvania will never change their ways. But that we're seeing the potential for trend lines that would be indicative of a win in either direction. Like if you're seeing depressed Black vote for Kamala, for instance, especially with Black men, or if you're seeing a surge in moderate to Republican white women that are breaking for Kamala, or for Trump, if these low propensity, bro vote types, the ones that Elon Musk is targeting and the kind of crypto community, if they're actually showing up to vote, then you could feel it's going in the Trump direction. So I'm hopeful that we could have some understanding of where it's all going. I don't think that this country can really sustain what happened last time around again. And that is my biggest hope. But I'm nervous. I think every Democrat is. We're wired this way.
Really, this time around, it's about these coalitions, right? These different groups and coalitions that each campaign builds. What should the Harris campaign be most worried about right now? Or does worrying sort of not matter 2 weeks out? People are already voting and what's done is done. Like, can you change anything at this stage?
I think that you can. I feel like you should always be campaigning like you could still make a difference. And you look at these margins of, what was it, like 20,000 in Arizona, 12,000-ish in Georgia. 20,000, 21,000 in Wisconsin. I mean, that's tiny when you think of general population. So you should never take your foot off the gas. And something that I was paying a lot of attention to was embedded in the Emerson poll, which showed that late breakers, so people who have decided anywhere between the last week to the last month, are going for Harris for a ratio of 60 to 36.
Wow.
So Trump was winning by 15 or 16 points, I think, on people who decided greater than a month ago. So the ones who were really set in. But that number of people that are making a late decision and in her favor shows that these things that she's doing are making an impact, like showing up with Bret Baier, having the kind of town halls that she's doing, having events with Liz Cheney, having events with Lizzo and Magic Johnson. I mean, these are all things that are going on right here at the end. I don't know if you saw that she's going to Texas, which I found fascinating. She's having a rally in Houston with Colin Allred, who seems within striking distance of Ted Cruz, but I feel like this happens every cycle. And we're like, yeah, Texas is turning blue. And then it's like, you idiots, you just spent, $100 million on nothing or whatever it costs. But it is an interesting choice because during the Obama campaigns, David Plouffe was very open about the fact that they don't go places they don't see a path.
Tell me briefly, Jess, NBC's reporting that per a campaign official, there's real worry about A, blue wall state slipping. And you've already referenced it, but like one of the groups we've heard that she's not as strong with is Black men. But what's your vibe on those two worries?
Yeah, well, having greater confidence about Wisconsin than Michigan is something that I've heard from people in the campaign for a long time. That doesn't surprise me. I mean, it can't be like if it's 1 or 2 percentage points of Black men that trend towards Trump, that's okay. We can still win like that. And I think the expectation is that that will be the case. The worry is that it's a lot more than that you're getting into the kind of 7-8% change. But it's definitely a concern. And like you said, they're directing the campaign straight at that. You know, releasing an agenda for Black men is an obvious sign that that's somewhere that they're weak. In contrast, though, it's interesting to look at the surge that they're getting with college educated people in general, but especially with moderate white women, kind of like the Liz Cheney cohort. And she seems to be leaning into cultivating that group as much as she's leaning into trying to keep Black men in the fold. But if you are playing a game of who is actually going to show up to vote, Liz Cheney is definitely showing up to vote. Are some of these young Black men that are in these focus groups definitely voting? I don't know. Are the ones who listen to Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz's podcast definitely voting?
Right.
They haven't historically. And right. I think where Democrats feel like they have an advantage, that like if our entire base turns out, we're in much better position because we know that these are all high propensity voters, and the Republicans can't say the same.
That might be a problem for 8 years from now when those younger white or Black men turn into slightly older white or Black men.
Yeah, totally. And just become, you know, more dug into the process, more reliable, you know, more apt to be married and have kids and be thinking about life a bit differently.
Now, some new polling out this week from the Washington Post may have given Democrats a bit of hope in some places, less than others, with her ahead by 4 in Georgia, 3 in Wisconsin, 2 in Michigan, and 2 in Pennsylvania, as the polling averages ahead of this survey had given an edge to the former president.
Well, the polls themselves do indicate that the race is not just close, but exceptionally close.
Guy Benson is the host of The Guy Benson Show on Fox Radio.
Right. In the Real Clear Politics average, you can point to Trump's leads in most of these battleground states, but they're a fraction of a percentage point in a number of the cases. And that is not just within the margin of error. It's basically really a tie, if you think about it. Yeah. So if the polling is more accurate than it has been when Trump has been on the ballot before, in 2016 and 2020, we could have a very long night ahead on November 5th. It could be a real nail-biter to the very end. Or we could have a bit of a polling error and maybe not such a close election, right? So it's unknowable until we actually get the data.
Yeah, so not to make you a pollster suddenly, but our Fox News Power Rankings came out, right? And they say 2 recent polls show a uniquely tight race. So results like this should mean it's Trump's race to lose. But the rankings go on to point out that he's up nationally in some polls, which we had not seen before. And she's up within the margin of error, but still up in battlegrounds. When we were always talking before in 2016 and 2020 about the underrepresented Trump support in the polls. Does it remain to be seen if that's still the case, that he's underrepresented? Or do you look at those national polls and go, well, that's confusing?
So we don't know yet. And I understand it is completely logical to go back and look at 16, look at 20, and conclude that it was absolutely true. Those 2 cycles, Trump overperformed his polling projections and expectations those years. And so to say it is very plausible that he might do that again, I get it. I think you might even call it probable. But it's not definite, right? Maybe the pollsters have adjusted. Maybe things have changed in the country. Maybe people aren't as shy about admitting that they're Trump supporters now, so the polls might be closer to accurate, right? You can't just assume that the effect that we saw the last 2 presidential cycles will be replicated again. But if you had to have me bet, right, if you told me tomorrow there will be a polling error, which direction will it go? My bet would be the same direction that it went the last 2 times.
You see former President Trump going to speak to Christian voters a little bit this week, and you see former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney saying, hey, Republicans who don't like Trump, you can vote for Harris and not tell anyone. What do you make of those two things, this outreach to religious voters and this outreach on the Harris campaign side for disaffected Republicans?
As someone who is not a terribly pro-Trump, right-leaning person, the Liz Cheney pitch falls completely flat with me. I understand what they're trying to do here. I do find it interesting that here in Kamala Harris, you have a sitting vice president, an incumbent, who just recently said she cannot think of a single thing she would do differently than the unpopular incumbent president over the last 4 years. She would not change a thing. And yet she doesn't want to be seen with him anywhere at all. But she is campaigning with this former Republican congresswoman to try to pick off some of these, as you call them, disaffected Republicans. Britt Hume was on my radio show recently, and Britt said that does not strike him as the move of a campaign that is terribly confident in where they stand, but it's a fight at the margins potentially, and maybe that's what the Harris campaign is focusing on. I'm just not sure if it's the strongest closing message across the board, but they're trying.
Finally, does Trump need to do or say anything in your mind over the next 2 weeks, or does he need to, is it the opposite? Does he need to say less? You know, these rallies are getting longer, and I wonder how the former president, calling, he called it the far left is the enemy within. I wonder what kinds of, how that affects those undecided voters who remain, if there really are any.
Time will tell what the actual dynamics are within the electorate, but the body language, so to speak, of these two campaigns look different. The Trump campaign, they look like a confident group that believes they are poised to win. The Harris campaign has made a ton of massive, jarring changes in the last few weeks to their strategy, including media strategy and all of that. They seem to be throwing a lot of things against the wall. That usually does not augur well for that candidate when you see this type of behavior in the home stretch of a campaign. Maybe they're just freaking out for no reason. Maybe they have that ground game advantage. Maybe they will win. But at the moment, Trump, I think, senses that he's ahead. I think the campaign is certainly acting like they are ahead. And I think Trump trying to close out on a positive message. I think the McDonald's thing actually worked very well for him. That would be my counsel over these final 2 weeks, if in fact they are confident that they are maybe not in the driver's seat, but slightly favored. That's my sense of it.
Guy Benson, thanks for joining.
You bet.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
The sensational Sarah McLachlan, live in Atlantic City. celebrating 30 years of fumbling towards ecstasy. Performing the album in its entirety, plus her greatest hits, for one incredible night. With special guest, Tiny Habits. Live at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Friday, October 25th. Get tickets now at theborgata.com.
Hey Philly, Ike Reese here. Great news. There's never been a better time to make the move to Verizon. Get over $500 in value and savings when you have mobile and Fios with Verizon. Plus, Fios 1 gig plan comes with a 4-year price guarantee. Save $300 annually on your Fios internet bill. Plus, for a limited time, get a $200 Verizon gift card when you sign up for a Fios 1 gig plan and use it to pay your Fios bill. That's like getting 3 months of free Fios home internet. Don't miss out. Stop by your nearest Verizon location for details on this limited time offer and learn how you can get over $500 in value and savings today.
Gift card offer ends 11/6/24. Requires Fios service for 65 days before gift card registration. Gift card may be charged back if service is canceled within 180 days. One offer per eligible account. 3-month free based on Fios 1 gig plan rate of $64.99 a month with auto pay and mobile plus home discounts. 4-year guarantee applies to new subscribers. Current rates under select internet plans and excludes other charges and third-party services. Other terms apply. See store for details.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands? Done. Groceries? Got 'em. It's a good time to give yourself a reward. You know the one. Your favorite tasty cake treat. Is it the delicious crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter where you are, choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it. And you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, accept no substitutes.
Fox News, I'm Chris DeMeo. Former President Barack Obama on the campaign trail in support of Vice President Harris in Detroit. The former president says he understands why voters are looking to shake things up.
What I cannot understand is why anybody would think that Donald Trump will shake things up in a way that is good for you.
Meantime, former President Trump making campaign stops yesterday in Greensboro, North Carolina. Formerly L.A. Dodgers pitcher Fernando Valenzuela has died.
Valenzuela inspired Fernando Mania in 1981 when he won the NL Cy Young Award and Rookie of the Year while helping the Dodgers to a World Series title.
Fox's Joe Morgan. Valenzuela had been serving as a Spanish broadcaster for the Dodgers since 2003. No word on his cause of death. Fernando Valenzuela was 63. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Celtics received their championship rings, raised banner number 18, and then dominated the Knicks on opening night of the NBA season. Boston beat the Knicks 132-109, tying an NBA record by knocking down 29 three-pointers. The Celtics missed their last 13 attempts from beyond the arc while trying to break the record. In the second game of the night, history was made. With 4 minutes remaining in the second quarter as the Lakers and Timberwolves faced off in L.A., second-round draft pick Bronny James and 4-time NBA champion LeBron James checked in. The two became the first father-son duo to play together in an NBA game. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. If you're experiencing low energy, brain fog, or bloating, then your body might need a detox. Active Liver from New Nordic makes it easy to help your liver detox your body all year long without major changes to your diet or lifestyle.
It's that time of year again to consider replacing your old drafty windows and doors before another long, cold winter season rolls in. And my good friends at Guida Door and Window will help make your window and door replacement project more affordable with their buy one, get one half off sale. For every door and window you buy, you'll get the second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, Guida is making it easier to afford your project with no money down and interest-free financing for up to 18 months. Act now. This offer is for a limited time only. Restrictions apply. For full details, call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788. 800-953-1788.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Football's in full swing. While the players are making moves on the field, you can make the ultimate move with a beautiful engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers. The holidays will be here sooner than you think, so stop into Cozy Jewelers and huddle up with Paul Cozy and pick out a custom engagement ring that will make this the most magical holiday ever. Step up to the 5th C. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. Cozy Jewelers, located in Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you recently had an HVAC tech at your home that you think was full of you-know-what, trying to sell you a bunch of stuff that you don't need? Look, if your furnace or heat pump need to be fixed, we'll send one of our technicians out to do one thing: fix it. And if we do think you need a new furnace or heat pump, we'll send out one of our factory-trained teams to install a state-of-the-art train heating system to keep you warm. Visit us at MarvinECans.com. That's MarvinECans.com.
Now, the big wireless companies want to limit you to two choices when it comes to data: unlimited or unlimited. And guess what? Both are stupidly expensive. Now, stop overpaying for data that you're never, ever going to use. That's like paying for a pot of coffee when all you need is a cup, or filling your entire truck bed full of gas when you only need a tank. Now, with Pure Talk, my cell phone company, you get to choose how much data that you actually want and need. And for example, for $25 a month, you'll get unlimited talk and text, 5 gigs of data, which is more than enough, and they'll include mobile hotspot and roaming in 50-plus countries. Stop overpaying for wireless. Get America's best 5G coverage with Pure Talk. Just dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW, and do it now. You'll save an additional 50% off your first month. The switch is simple, fast, and easy. No contract to sign, no activation fee, and you keep your phone and your phone number. Pound 250, keyword SAVE NOW, the same service for much less, for about half, from Pure Talk.
This is the story of the one. As a facility technician installing a new welding station, he knows getting the ventilation right is critical for safety. That's why when questions arise, there's Grainger. Grainger offers detailed technical product information online at his fingertips, so it's easy to find what he needs. Because when it comes to safety, having answers means he and his people can breathe a little easier. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, October 23rd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you join the show. On social media at 1210 WPHT, you can get me at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Hump day, baby.
Let's go, Harry.
Tony Bruno, live from Florida at 8:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Gregory.
John Fetterman was on Colbert last night.
Good night, everybody.
He called J.D. Vance a wang.
A wang?
A wang.
What is that?
Wang?
It's a more polite term for a male member.
Ah.
You know what I mean?
Oh.
A wang.
I did. Okay.
Like Richard, the longer version?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I just haven't heard that in a long time.
Wow.
Wang. Hey,
All
Wang.
Right. Hey, Wang.
This is a parking lot. Stop with the pictures.
Gonna be one of them days, folks. Gonna be one of those days. Hopefully all of you had a great Tuesday and are ready for another edition of the show. All right, so Tony Bruno at 8:30 today. By the way, Sean Farish will be with us tomorrow in studio for all 4 hours.
Wow.
Directly across from me, about 6 feet apart. And then Friday. Yes, Friday. Only 2 days away, folks.
Yeah, I know.
Just 48 hours from now, we will be in West Berlin, New Jersey.
If we can pull this off, it'll be a modern technological miracle. Because we're going to have one person somewhere, one person another place. We're going to be in another place.
But we have our best people on it.
It all happens back here.
Right. A lot of variables here,
A lot of stuff going on. A lot of people to make this sausage work. Hopefully we can make it all work.
Yes.
But we'll see. We'll see.
And if we don't, we'll just, I don't know, do like a 3-hour cut sheet. What the hell? Right?
More work for me. Thanks. Great.
Yeah.
Just exactly what I need.
Yeah.
Exactly what I need. More work.
We'll just have Farish do Trump for 4 straight hours.
There we go.
That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
All right, we got a big take today on panic in politics, why it's driven by the media and by big money. Also, the Kamala concert coming to Philadelphia, starring, we'll tell you in just a little bit, 2 big main event performances. Plus, Donald Trump has locked in his podcast appearance with Joe Rogan. We'll get to that this morning. And also, Kamala Harris nailed again for plagiarism. The initial report comes from a right-leaning publication, but then it gets verified by Newsweek, which, as you know, is not a right-leaning publication. We'll get to that. Cut sheet, voicemails, and much, much more. Plus Bruno from Florida coming up at 8:30. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:04. Never known to plagiarize, just dominating the headlines. The great Dawn Stenson.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. Kayal and Company News Live this Hump Day version Wednesday morning. And we are here on a chilly morning, heating up again to near record temperatures. But on this October 23rd, I'll tell you about the forecast and a huge change in the forecast. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company by Piazza Auto Group this morning. So let's get to it. We're learning new details this morning on a major human trafficking ring, which authorities say preyed upon young women for more than a decade. The ring, we're told, was based out of Northeast Philadelphia, resulting in 22 people under arrest And this, according to Philadelphia authorities and the Pennsylvania Attorney General. So this was a years-long investigation, as we're being told by this. But the AG there, Michelle Henry, making the big announcement. They arrested 52-year-old Terrence Jones, and he is facing multiple charges, including involuntary servitude and trafficking individuals. Jones is accused, he's being held right now on a $2 million bond, but he's accused of trafficking these young girls, young women since at least 2012. He is accused of posing as a woman named Julie or Julia, and then recruiting women struggling with maybe addiction or other homelessness type issues into his scheme, an operation he sometimes called the girlfriend experience. So taking advantage of these vulnerable young women, exploiting their suffering to, line his pockets type thing. So pretending himself to be a woman, befriending the women, and that not that he's this is not a trans story or anything of that nature. This
is duping people.
Yeah, this is somebody who preyed upon people, but made them believe that, this was a girlfriend who was going to help you, somebody, older lady was going to help you out type thing, and then preying upon them. It's pretty sick.
Just terrible. Whether it's this on a local level or, the stories like the Diddy situation that involves human trafficking, I get the feeling that there's far more trafficking transactions going on in this country than we're privy to. Yeah.
So we also have a word of a Philadelphia synagogue, which this is all under investigation, of course, with Philadelphia police. But a Philadelphia synagogue vandalized twice in 2 days. And Rabbi Yosef Zarningan, he said that a moment outside the congregation, this is Mikveh Israel right here in Center City, vandalized. And, vandalized with foul language. That happened on Monday. And then yesterday morning, a dumpster fire reported behind the synagogue with the fire marshal, ruling that arson. And so all of this, there's a lot of charred debris, broken glass, that sort of thing. No reports of any injuries, but it's just with all the, anti-Semitism on the rise that we've reported on in America and these types of attacks and incidents and that sort of thing. There's just a lot of concern and congregants there on edge. And so this is a situation where they've beefed the police patrols and security and all of that.
Hopefully everybody stays safe.
Yeah. So I think it's a historic synagogue. It's largely intact, but there is some damage there that they're working on, but they mostly just want to keep the congregants safe.
Yeah.
So we'll keep you updated on that one. We also have community members in New Jersey having the chance to really speak out to state leaders as well as New Jersey transit officials. This happened last night following recent fatal incidents that we've talked about here on Kayal and Company involving the River Line train. So remember, a week ago, it was last Monday, train operator was killed, at least 23 others injured when that train struck a fallen tree in Mansfield Township. Remember, it was very windy that day. It was bizarre. So the victim, the train operator, 41-year-old Jessica Haley, was a single mom of 3 boys from Levittown, Pennsylvania, and that according to her family. So they met last night, to have this meeting. Today, they will be offering, free transportation for all of the New Jersey Transit members who want to attend Ms. Jessica Haley's funeral. That is today. So just a really tragic story there as she was struck and killed by that. I don't believe that any of the other passengers had suffered life-threatening injuries, but had to be taken and treated at the hospital. Looks like everybody is surviving that. But also, just a reminder as well that there was the other issue last summer. A 15-year-old boy was killed after he was hit by a River Line train crossing those tracks in Palmyra on his way to a soccer practice. So head of New Jersey Transit, as well as, leaders in New Jersey and the legislature working on this to ensure the safety of the tracks, and obviously examining the tree, because it was a huge tree in this case that killed Jessica. So they're saying they're sending out the crews, making sure that, it's a safer situation.
Was this where the tree fell as the train was moving, or the tree was already on the track and the train hit the already fallen tree. I don't remember the specifics of that.
It looks like it happened right before, so there wasn't, I think that what happened here, there was not a lot of opportunity to know that there was a downed tree.
Right.
And so it's falling, the train is coming, one of those things that, what are the odds of that happening?
Mhm.
But a huge old tree. And so the train, because when we saw the video of it, remember this, Nick? It looked like the tree had fallen on top of it.
Yeah.
On top of the train.
Right. Smashed right through it.
Yeah. But I think it was one of those things where the tree is falling and the train's like a math question.
Yep.
So it was just a horrible situation. But I think that's what it was. It was super windy that day. There were a lot of different fallen. I know we all had fallen branches and whatnot.
Yep.
And just another headline, I had just heard this earlier this morning and was reading about this, that in fact the World Health Organization has now labeled the issue of biological males playing in girls and women's sports as a human rights issue.
Oh, are they taking a political stance to say that it's a violation?
Yes.
Oh.
Which is
The WHO. Finally, I agree with something they say or do.
So I know that I know that people like Riley Gaines and locally, nationally speaking out, saying thank you to the WHO for coming out with that, saying it's a human rights issue, and because so many, especially at the teen and the collegiate level, there are these injuries.
Yeah. Well, I know the mainstream media loves to trot out health officials from the WHO during pandemics and endemics. So I'm sure they'll be rushing right away to get somebody on to talk about this on mainstream media.
Well, you bring up a great point. What will they say about this? It'll be, and you know what? Maybe this is a turning point where they evaluate.
All right.
Maybe they'll be convinced. So just another talking point today. In Delaware County, we have Vice President Kamala Harris in Delco today for that CNN town hall.
Yeah.
And yes, and former President Trump in North Carolina, then Miami yesterday addressing the Latino community. So a lot happening, obviously, with 13 days to go in the November 5th election, and a lot locally here as well. We are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group this morning. So get special offers on select new 2025 Mazda vehicles, like financing as low as 0% for 36 months on the 2025 CX-50, as well as the Mazda A3. You can shop online, piazzamazda.com. You can always visit Piazza Mazda of Westchester or Reading for a test drive. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring Kayal & Company News Live. As we look at our forecast, another day in the 80s, we're looking at 83 degrees, but the big change really comes into tomorrow. We're going to be 20 plus degrees cooler for the end of the week. So more seasonable, but I think we'll all feel that transition in the weather. Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:13 on this Wednesday. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal & Company.
And it is brought to you by Budget Blinds. The Big Take, panic and politics, how money and media shape the narrative. In the world of sports gambling, the odds makers, they set the line based on how the public will perceive it. The same can be said about the stretch run of a highly publicized election. Media and money have a major impact on a political race. Welcome to 2024. I remember as a kid, the Easton assassin, Larry Holmes, former heavyweight boxing champion of the world, and he said it best, hard work ain't easy. And for Donald Trump in politics, while many things come easy and naturally, like going to McDonald's, the reality is winning is not easy. He stunned the world as a massive underdog 8 years ago. That was not easy. He saw his popular vote climb the second time around by 12 million votes, even during a pandemic, even with Republicans not utilizing all of their tools, only to lose by 44,000 votes in a race that he did better than expected 4 years ago. And while the momentum is clearly on Trump's side, while Kamala Harris's sugar high wore off quicker than a gummy high that she claims she won't take, and while the betting markets love Trump, and while the fact is Trump has reestablished himself in the polls, the truth is this will not be easy. It won't be easy despite the media narratives, even from pro-Democrat legacy media. And it won't be easy despite big billionaires like Elon Musk trying to level the playing field against the Zuckerbergs and the Cubans of the world. But Politico with a trifecta of stories that illustrate the concerns that the left has with Kamala and the current state of her campaign. We begin with Jonathan Martin of Politico. Headline, quote, "The clock is ticking on Kamala Harris." The vice president's tour with Liz Cheney focused on Trump's, quote, "outrageous conduct" rather than Harris's willingness to work with Republicans. Martin wrote the following. Vice President Kamala Harris and former Wyoming Rep. Liz Cheney descended on the crucial Milwaukee suburbs Monday night and, sitting side by side, delivered compelling political sermons. The problem was they were preaching to the converted. The event was explicitly aimed at those moderates and one-time Republicans who remain up for grabs and may decide the election. But the rhetoric seemed better suited for those in the audience wearing the Lincoln Project and LA t-shirts. Harris said nothing specific about how she'd govern, mentioned no looming issue on which she would work with Republicans, and offered no reassurances about leading the country from the political center. And of course, there was no critique of her own party, or even an expression of sympathy or understanding about why voting for a liberal could be difficult for a longtime conservative. There wasn't even a reference to her previous commitments to include a Republican in the cabinet or create a bipartisan council of advisors. Translation from Jonathan Martin of Politico: Kamala missed the mark in Milwaukee. Now, is this an opportunity for Trump? And can Donald Trump cash in with women? Longtime Republican pollster Frank Luntz was on CNN, and he had this to say about Donald Trump and the impact that Nikki Haley could have as a closer down the stretch. Listen and watch this.
Said that Nikki Haley, once his nemesis in the primaries, could join him on the trail. She's done a robocall for him. She's recorded robocalls on his behalf. But if the Trump campaign deploys her, what kind of voters could that help with, and where do you think that they'll use her?
It will help with younger women because Trump is doing so well among older men. It'll help in these swing states, and Nikki Haley brings interest, brings attention among independents, among swing voters. There aren't many left, but what is left, they will listen to her. And it'll be a surprise because she has been so challenging of him, so negative towards him up to now. It's a very smart strategy, but in the end, it's not going to be the surrogates. It's going to be what they say and how they say it in the last 48 hours that will determine these final votes. The key for Haley is absolutely turnout, 18 to 29 women. The key for Donald Trump is absolutely union votes, young African-American men, and Latinos. It's too close to call right now. Who does better with those groups is the one who gets elected.
I think Frank makes a lot of sense. I think Trump should get Nikki Haley out there as soon as possible. And Trump supporters should appreciate the move because it can only help secure the nomination for Trump, as Frank alluded to, women 18 to 29. I totally get why Nikki would be utilized. What I don't get is how anyone like Liz Cheney, a staunch conservative, can back Kamala Harris. Is it to protect the war machine and the family business? And speaking of the war machine, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Lindsey Graham, yes, Lindsey Graham from South Carolina, finally nailed a media appearance as he goes top rope with Kristen Welker of NBC. Here's the South Carolina war-loving Republican going nuclear on Republicans like Liz Cheney riding with Kamala Harris. Listen and watch.
To every Republican supporting her, what the hell are you doing? You're supporting the most radical nominee in the history of American politics. The Green New Deal, Medicare for all. She was the last person in the room before Biden decided to withdraw from Afghanistan. She was the border czar. She cast the tie-breaking vote for the Inflation Reduction Act that gives you high prices. What are you doing? You're trying to convince me that Donald Trump's rhetoric is the danger to this country. The danger to this country is the policies of Biden and Harris. Her fingerprints are all over this disaster, and I can't take 4 more years of this crap. All right. When you support her, you're supporting 4 more years of garbage policy.
Wow, garbage policy. That right there just shows you how important this election is and how close it will be. Holly Otterbein writes locally from Philadelphia for Politico. She published this column recently. Headline, Pennsylvania is such a mess inside Team Harris's unusual levels of finger pointing. She wrote, Top Democrats in Pennsylvania are worried that Vice President Kamala Harris's operation is being poorly run in the nation's biggest battleground state. Also from Politico, headline, extremely alarming and concerning, the issue that keeps one Democratic operative up at night. But that's just one outlet, even though it is a left-leaning publication. Let's go to Newsweek. They're next in the spotlight. As we've discussed this week, absolutely no friend of Donald Trump or Republicans, but they do have shocking poll results. As Newsweek did an exclusive polling sample that showed that Harris voters are lurching to the right, and they want a hardline stance on immigration policy. Newsweek found out the following details. In the most recent poll of October 2024, 68% of Americans say the federal government should adopt a more hardline approach on immigration, with only 10% opposing such measures. This has risen from 62% at the start of polling in July of 2023 and suggests a growing consensus across party lines that is backed up by a closer look at voting intentions. In October 2024's poll, those planning to vote for Donald Trump this year backed a more hardline approach by an unsurprising 87%. And when it comes to the border and immigration, why was Kamala Harris and this administration so bad? We've discussed that. We know the real answer, but according to billionaire Mark Cuban, it's because Joe and Kamala, their hearts were just too big. Here's Cuban on CNN. Listen and watch this.
So when it comes to criminalizing and not criminalizing crossing the border, I mean, that is just so stark, but you view that as an evolution.
Yeah, I mean, look, here's my opinion. I'm not speaking for the campaign with this.
Yeah.
I thought their hearts were too big when Joe came into office, that they didn't know how many people would cross the border, and it got away from them. But they figured it out. They learned. And what did they do? He put together an executive order, and now the number of border crossings is down to where they were under Trump, maybe a little lower. She says she's going to sign the border bill, which is very clear where she stands now. But let me tell you, Aaron, the most important thing that has not been discussed, Donald Trump and Kamala both have said when it comes to illegals that are in the country that have violated the law, that are criminals, they're going to deport them. Donald Trump hasn't said what he's going to do to deport anybody else.
So this is where the top surrogates of Kamala Harris are. Their hearts were too big. They were too kind, too compassionate. It just got away from them. Give me a break. But the last part of panic comes from NBC News with the big headline, quote, Democrats bracing for a possible crack in the blue wall. The Harris campaign has privately flagged concerns about Michigan, of all places. NBC News reporting the following. The blue wall states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania have paved the path to the White House for the last two Democratic presidents. But with just 14 days until the November 5th election, there are concerns within Kamala's campaign about whether the vice president can claim all three states. Recent discussions have centered on the possibility of an anomaly happening this year with just part of the blue wall breaking its way. The conversations have focused on whether Michigan or Wisconsin will fall to former President Donald Trump while the two other states go blue, according to three sources with knowledge of the campaign strategy. Losing Wisconsin or Michigan would mean that even if Harris secures Pennsylvania, where both Harris and Trump have spent the most time and resources, she would not reach the necessary 270 electoral votes to win the White House without winning another battleground state or possibly two. As I said in the beginning of the big take this morning, it's not easy. It's never been easy. Don't fall into any sense of comfort or complacency, despite how confident you may feel right now or how bad Kamala really is. And don't fall into the trap of some of the good signs and trends with early voting for Republicans. Round one was not easy in victory for Donald Trump 8 years ago. Round two was painful in defeat 4 years ago. And when it comes to the media and the money involved, just remember, narratives are being shaped for a reason. Tread lightly and try not to take the bait. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Which is brought to you by Budget Blinds this morning. If you're ready for fall, and the weather is going to return to fall very shortly, Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation and the only no questions asked warranty in the business. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in social media, that'll work as well at 1210 WPHT, and let your comments fly in the YouTube chat. We'll come back, get some thoughts and reactions to all the narratives that the left is painting about the panic with the Harris campaign, and then also Media Wars 2.0. Kamala getting set for a big concert series here in Philly. Trump ready to go on the top podcast in the world. We're back after this here on Kayal and Company.
The NBA is back, and FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casinos, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to catch all the action. Right now, new customers. Actually, no. FanDuel is giving all users 3 months of NBA League Pass. All users. All you have to do is catch every tip-off and buzzer beater and place a $5 bet on the NBA. You can do whatever you can bet at the Sixers. Last night, the Lakers with LeBron and his son Bronny playing together made history. There's all kinds of interesting storylines happening right now in the NBA, and you can do it all on FanDuel.com/Greg. Place a $5 bet and get 3 months of the NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NBA, and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of League Pass will automatically be charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds, terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you looking to remodel your home?
Emmons Remodeling offers complete remodeling services to turn your house into your dream home.
With quality craftsmanship and attention to every detail, Emmons designers and construction experts can handle all of your remodeling needs, from kitchens to baths to basements and additions.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
I'm Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, with a message for New Jersey voters. You have 3 voting options in the general election. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Vote early, in person Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd. Or apply for, complete, and return a mail-in ballot. Whatever you choose, vote by 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Hey man, come here. You're not gonna believe it. I picked up this beautiful model. She's down here.
A model?
Yep, got her from the train store.
In your basement?
See?
Oh, model train.
Yeah, what'd you think I was talking about?
Nicholas Smith Trains. Become the conductor with any model you can imagine, from classics to new releases and holiday-themed engines. Don't forget to visit Nicholas Smith Trains and Toys this holiday season. NicholasSmithTrains.com.
I received a call one time, and the man said, "You probably won't call me back because I'm just a nobody." I immediately called him back. Nobody's a nobody. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I always wanted to be the lawyer who represented the little guy, the voiceless, the powerless.
I was rear-ended by a car probably doing about 50 or 55 miles an hour. My car caught on fire. I'm a paraplegic, so I couldn't get out of the car. They were struggling to get me out of the vehicle. After the accident, I gave Morgan & Morgan a call, and they understood what I was going through, and they were there to help me each step of the way. It made me feel that I had people behind my back to help me and resolve the case.
I represented him, and we did well because we get the chance to help people put their lives back together and to go on as best they can after a life-altering day. There's only one you, there's only one Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Percy to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Download it now.
I come in last night about 10:30. That baby of mine wouldn't let me in. So move it on over. Rock it on over.
Mustard. Yeah, baby. 6:31. It is Kayal and Company. It is a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. The cut sheet coming up 7:45. Bruno at 8:30. Your voicemails at 9:45. You know, everything is looking pretty darn good for Donald Trump, but I do urge people not to get too cocky. You know, we've seen all these things like this poly market, betting market, which we're going to give you an update on coming up a little bit later in the show, because it looks like there might be some gambling that's occurring in the United States, and poly market trying to crack down on that. So don't fall into this false sense of complacency. Oh, well, Republicans are doing good with early voting and mail-in ballots here, and now all of a sudden I was thinking about doing it myself, but I don't have to. I'll wait till Election Day. Do not get cocky. Do not get overly confident, and do not let your guard down. 13 days to go. But I do think it is interesting that all of these mainstream media outlets, and I'm curious, Dawn, your thoughts. You've got Politico. They're hammering Harris from every direction. NBC News crushing headlines about Kamala and this crack in the blue wall. And then I sit there and I hear Frank Luntz yesterday, and I'm thinking, wouldn't it be the ultimate irony if Nikki Haley, of all people, in the final days of this campaign, I don't know, Trump's coming up on what, October 27th? What if it's Nikki Haley on November 1st or November 2nd that gets out there and does some stumping for Trump? And that's the difference. And maybe Trump wins because of what Nikki said to an 18 to 29-year-old female. And then, of course, you've got the battle of the billionaires going on with Elon Musk and Mark Cuban. And how about Mark Cuban? I mean, it's bad enough. We could talk about his eyewear and his current fashion trends that as he's morphing into Rosie O'Donnell and Rachel Maddow in real time. Actually sitting there and saying, yeah, the border, well, Kamala and Joe, they're just compassionate people, Dawn, and it just got away from them. It just got away.
Oh, is that what it is?
It just slipped. You know what? They lost track.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's a hard thing to sell because first of all, everybody involved in Border Patrol has endorsed Trump.
Right.
They have been very vocal about the fact that they were not happy that even when they know that people were captured, and then they take them to a court proceeding. And that person is issued with an ankle bracelet, a monitor, and then they're re-released back into society. I mean, that came up yesterday, in fact, in Miami with the Latino community and leaders saying, where are the children? About 300,000 children that we know came into this country were just, I guess, released or with whoever, but not confirmed that they're with a parent.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't hear these issues, but these issues are huge and of major concern, especially to the Hispanic and Latino community.
Yep.
And I think nobody really counted on that. But I think that, it first of all, it would seem then to devalue the children. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, if they were, I don't know, white American kids or just, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Would you value them more? Would you care where they were? So there are all these different conversations going on.
Right.
And it just shows you the complexity of the issue, within itself.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. If you guys want to join the show, you can do so. 855-839-1210 is the number. So we've got some media maneuvering coming up now, as not only will Donald Trump appear on the Joe Rogan podcast, that will be Friday. It was reported yesterday by Politico, multiple outlets confirming that it will be this week and it will be on Friday. The former president, Donald Trump, will record his conversation with Joe Rogan at the Media Personalities Studio in Austin, Texas. A person familiar with the plans confirmed to The Hill yesterday. Trump, of course, had been teasing this potential sit-down with Rogan earlier this month, calling him, quote, a good guy and praising him for, quote, being so well known for being a UFC promoter. As we know, Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign has also reportedly been meeting with Rogan's team about the possibility of an interview before November 5th. But we do know, and this is courtesy of the Inquirer yesterday, that Kamala Harris, the Kamala Concert Tour, and that series of tours is heading to Philadelphia, and it will feature two headliners.
Uh-oh.
Yes, it will be The Boss and Barry, Bruce Springsteen and Barack Obama.
I've seen this movie before. Dawn, I believe you have as well. Where are they coming?
They are coming to Philadelphia on Monday as part of a series to get out the vote featuring The Boss and Barack.
I remember this. This is a rerun. They did this in 2016. I believe it was like November 1st, 2016. And we were walking because we were down at 4th and Market then. We were walking out of the building, and it was just like, boy, for a city that has such a big concert tonight, there doesn't seem to be anybody around.
Okay.
This is just a weird scene.
So how did it play out 8 years ago? Was it nobody showed up? It was
no, I didn't say that, but I'm just saying it didn't have the enthusiasm that they think it does. So, yeah.
And they seemed like when you were looking around, they were not Philadelphians. They brought people in. People were coming in from far and wide, but not Philadelphia residents. So if the objective is, and that's probably why this time around they're having Barack Obama come with him, because people in Philadelphia might come out for Barack.
Right.
But, I just think that if they wanted Philadelphia voters, or let's say if they're going for the black male vote in particular, is that a Springsteen crowd?
No.
So,
well, Barack was in Detroit last night, or somewhere in Michigan. I think it was Detroit, but it might have been a suburb of Michigan, and apparently was uttering lyrics and rhymes from an Eminem song back in 2001.
I think we have that.
Do you have that?
Phil, Phil, do you have Cut 13? Are you able to play Cut 13 for me? If you have that, Obama rapping it.
Hello, Detroit!
Yep.
You fired up? Are you ready to go?
They have to bring out Eminem.
Marshall Mathers to you.
Let me just say, let me just say,
Yeah, same reaction Bill Clinton gets everywhere.
I gotta say, I have done a lot of rallies, so I don't usually get nervous.
Shapiro's taking notes right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But I was feeling some kind of way following Eminem. I noticed My palms are sweaty.
Yeah, here it is.
Knees weak. Arms are heavy. Vomit on my sweater already. Mom's spaghetti.
Yep.
He's talking.
I'm nervous, but on the surface I look calm and ready to drop bombs, but I keep on forgetting.
All right, there he is, Barack Obama, 2001 off of LimeWire or Napster.
By the way,
Look at this crowd; they love him.
Just curious. Do you think he speaks that way when he's in Martha's Vineyard?
No shot. No shot.
It's
Just like
funny.
Josh Shapiro doesn't speak like that in his office.
I can't emphasize enough how much I hate the phoniness
of the Democrats.
Like you're in Detroit. And you speak like, hey, yeah, I'm going to rap here now. And then you're in Martha's Vineyard, and all of a sudden you have whales on your shorts. And
whales on your
Yeah, but I'll say this. Look at the
salmon-colored,
difference.
salmon-colored pants.
Salmon.
Wearing Nick Cale flip-flops.
Yeah. Sorry, Dawn.
No, I just think the difference is, he's basking in this crowd. The crowds love him. He's a rock star for Democrats, but they love him, not necessarily the candidates that he is, stumping for.
Right.
And then contrast that with was the vice president in Detroit where she got mad. You could see in her face. Was that yesterday when it went viral because they started chanting for Trump.
Right.
And then she's like, "I'm speaking" or something.
Yeah.
And then
I think that was technically the Saturday event
was that over
she
the
did.
weekend?
Yeah, but that did happen within the last 72 hours.
And
yeah.
so but you think of the crowds where the vice president is speaking, she never gets that kind of love. And even at the DNC,
right?
The height of the DNC that everybody remembers was Michelle and Barack, not.
Hang on.
If he is elected,
Trump.
He tries to be diplomatic at first, and then it got real testy. It's all good. Get it out of your system.
I'm here because we believe in democracy.
Oh.
Everyone's voice matters, but I am speaking now.
Oh, there it is.
I am speaking now.
Excuse me.
You know what? If you want Donald Trump to win, then say that. Otherwise, I'm speaking.
Not a good look for the Veep, right? And remember, when we talked about her selecting Walz over Shapiro, one of the narratives beyond the factor that Shapiro is Jewish was that we thought, and a lot of people believe, that Kamala didn't want to be upstaged by somebody more impressive than her. So she decides to snub Shapiro, or as Dawn says, the Pennsylvania Passover, and she chose Mr. Potato Head. But yet you bring out Barack Obama, who's going to draw crowds and a reaction that Kamala Harris wishes and dreams that she could pull in herself.
Yeah.
That's the fascinating hypocrisy or dynamic there. So the campaign did not say where the evening concert in Philly is set to take place, but a senior campaign official said that the concert will follow a concert and a rally in Atlanta on Thursday with Springsteen, Obama, and Harris. Similar events are being planned across Pennsylvania and the other 6 battleground states. Obama has been stumping around the country for Harris, including Pittsburgh last month, but this will be his first visit in Philadelphia for her 2024 campaign. So let's just point this out, which is pretty wild. So you have to bring out 75-year-old Bruce Springsteen. I know we've talked about the Obama part. Let's talk about Bruce for a moment. Isn't it funny that the party that hates old white men is trotting out old white men for stumping for votes? Bruce Springsteen, 75. By the way, he's only 6 years younger than Joe Biden, right? Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. I know I'm going into females here. Liz Cheney, Mark Cuban. I guess technically Cuban's not a white guy. But you can't sit here and say the old white man is the boogeyman, and then you're going to bring out the 75-year-old who, oh, by the way, hasn't qualified as a working class man in 58 years? I mean, I know, Stalker, you love yourself some Bruce.
Oh, it's just the worst.
But at what point is this act totally going to miss the mark? I think Obama will draw a crowd, but it ain't going to be Bruce.
Well, I don't think any of this matters, and it proved not to matter in 2016. So you can bring out Eminem, you can bring out Bruce Springsteen, you can bring out, but voting is already happening.
Yeah.
So I don't think that this has the big appeal that they think it does. You know what I mean? They're like, well, they could get I mean, I remember in 2004 there was a concert at the Wells Fargo Center with a bunch of Springsteen was a part of it. John Fogerty, Rock Against Bush it was, and it was it was a bunch of really big acts. I think Pearl Jam was there. And George W. Bush still won. Mm-hmm. So I actually think that this actually harms the Democrats more than it helps them, because they're just like, oh, all these elitist D-bags want to be a part of this. I don't. Okay. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think it has the effect and the cachet that I think they believe it does. Am I wrong? I don't know.
Does the Rogan podcast have a bigger impact, considering you can reach probably the biggest audience in all of perhaps audio?
My one problem with the Rogan podcast, and I said yesterday that Trump is best when he's on these podcasts, because he's very calm, and especially a conversational spot with Joe Rogan, where they can just shoot the S for 2 hours or whatever it is. The problem I have with this, and I've clipped J.D. Vance was on with Theo Vaughn again. I get it; these are good, these are unconventional things for these guys to do, but they're talking to the same audience. It's the white males, it's the young white males that they already have. Mm-hmm. So. I don't know. Like, I think at this point of the campaign, they should be reaching out to other outlets. Mm-hmm. That's just me. I don't know.
Yep. 855-839-1210. If you'd like to jump in, we'll wrap up the hour with more plagiarism allegations against Kamala Harris. The details on the other side, Kayal and Company. But first, a word for Piazza Hyundai, and we're talking recently about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson. It is the brand's most popular SUV. I drove this just about a month ago. Bold new design, plenty of cargo space, and while its standard all-wheel drive is great, it also comes with great gas mileage that keeps you prepared for any adventure. It's also going to protect you and your family with a best-in-class safety rating. You can check it out today. Visit Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown. They're just right off of Route 422, or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. Conveniently anytime, online at piazzahyundai.com, and tell them not only do you want the Nick Kayal test drive, but tell them that Nick Kayal sent you.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Life can get hectic. Wouldn't you love to retreat from the noise? Take a breath. Visit Malvern Retreat House, the nation's oldest and largest Catholic retreat house, located on a stunning campus in Chester County. Surround yourself in God's beauty while you step back, reflect, and recharge. Malvern Retreat House hosts men and women's retreats, plus couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. For retreat information and schedules, go to malvernretreat.com. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. For years, I've talked about the health benefits of Rescue Natural Supplements after making their omega-3s a part of my daily routine. From supporting heart health to providing pain relief, they provide essential nutrients that impact our bodies in so many ways. Listen to this recent comment from Carol. She says triglycerides are at an all-time low and increase my well-being, while joint pains and muscle aches have decreased too. People like Carol have trusted Rescue with their health goals, and now it's your turn for a limited limited time, use the code OMEGA50 for an exclusive buy one, get one free offer on any of the 7 Rescue Omega-3 choices. To get this special radio offer, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483, or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code OMEGA50, OMEGA50, to buy one and get another Rescue Omega-3 absolutely free.
Hey, show to camera. Do you need a pumpkin spice oil change? No, I didn't think so. What you need is the best prices on name brand tires. Right now, United Tire is doubling every manufacturer's rebate. So if tires have a manufacturer $100 rebate, you are saving $200. So why would you take your car anywhere else? Double the savings all month long. Find the location nearest you by going to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
$6.50, Kayal and Company, here on a Wednesday morning, hitting every break on time. Must be a full moon coming up tonight. Not sure what's going on. See if we can continue that to wrap up the first hour. Cut sheet 7:45, Tony Bruno at 8:30. Your voicemails, which might or might not include a new parody song from our boy Newman Price.
Uh-oh.
I got a couple of emails. The inbox being flooded with MP3s. Feel like Def Jam Records. All of a sudden, I'm getting all these...
a new single's dropping.
A new single dropping. It's unbelievable. And more allegations and confirmation of plagiarism dropping for Kamala Harris. And it's Newsweek, of all places, that confirms via an independent review of allegations from the right-wing Washington Free Beacon. This is another slap in the face to Harris, who now has been accused of plagiarism twice. There's also the potential lie, allegedly, of never working at McDonald's because her former employer can't find records from the 80s. But now, yesterday, this comes out. Kamala Harris accused of lifting text verbatim from a former colleague for use in written congressional testimony that she gave in 2007. That is from an analysis of the Washington Free Beacon. Both come as she previously was accused of copying word for word several blocks of her text in her book Smart on Crime, which we talked about last week, which was published in 2009. The latest plagiarism allegations arise from testimony that Harris gave as a senator in support of the John R. Justice Prosecutors and Defenders Incentive Act of 2007. So what was that? Well, it was a bill that would help pay student loans for state and federal prosecutors to keep talented lawyers in the profession. Now, you might be sitting here and saying, okay, well, how bad was it? Well, of the 1,500 words of the testimony, 1,200 of those words were exactly the same as a prior submission that Harris plagiarized. So 80% copied, pasted, and lifted. And you're saying, well, does it really matter? Does it impact the election? Maybe it won't this time. But according to Newsweek, they say Joe Biden's first presidential campaign back in 1987 was derailed by plagiarism accusations after he appeared to copy a story from a British Labour Party politician, and he was also accused of plagiarism in law school. So we have a history there, And again, Newsweek confirming it. I'll give you the last word here, Dawn Stensland. Is there anything authentic or original about Kamala Harris? It seems like everything that she has is either a bad idea or a idea that was taken by somebody else intellectually.
Yeah, how does this even happen? First of all, if it's a book, the publisher doesn't, because my kids' schools, the teachers run everything through a program, through like an app.
Yep.
And if you have too many matches with anything, they kick it back.
I'm wondering, I'm guessing they didn't have this in 2007, would be my guess. But you can't be taking 80% of somebody else's intellectual property and claiming it to be yours without properly citing that, right? Like we learn about this in high school, how we use citations. It gets exacerbated and accentuated further in college. You're a journalist, Dawn. I mean, you got to cite your sources here, right?
Yeah, and it wasn't it like Goodwill Industries or the sites that were lifted are bizarre. So maybe maybe back then they thought, oh, nobody's going to know it's Goodwill Industries, but nowadays everything's on the internet. I don't know. Am I surprised? I'm not surprised. I will say this: Biden's incidents are much more famous.
Yeah,
and that was so over the top that even back in the day, what was that you mentioned? It was
87.
Yeah, so. Back in the day, that was, think about how bad it must have been because you didn't have all these programs that we have nowadays.
Yeah.
Yep,
I agree.
So it just shows you how over the top it was.
855-839-1210. If you'd like to join the show, we'll kick off hour number 2 with some news from Dawn. And then also, like I said in the Big Take this morning, ease down on the expectations. I know we're all excited. You see like Poly Market in the trading. Trump's up almost 30 points. Now, all of a sudden, maybe there's some shenanigans going on with Poly Market as they're going to start investigating. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, 7 o'clock hour is next.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-924-7415. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415. 800-924-7415.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Save during Martin Water Conditioning's 51st anniversary sale. Save up to $500 on select systems. Martin's is offering $100 off Kinetico's K5 reverse osmosis system. Improve your drinking water for less. And if you purchase a water softener, customer, you may be eligible for a free Kinex salt monitor worth over $150. Special 18 and 48-month financing is available to those who qualify. These deals are mutually exclusive and end at the end of October. Visit martinwater.com.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're looking for a window of opportunity to replace the windows in your home, now's the time.
Right now at Window Nation, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, you could save big with no interest or payments for 24 months. Call Window Nation today to schedule your fast, free in-home estimate or visit windownation.com.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Sellersville Theater in Sellersville, PA, Saturday, November 1st with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal Company, hour number 2 here on a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your day. The cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Tony Bruno live from Florida. He just tweeted, so I know he's up and ready. And Bruno has said, up and ready to vote today in Florida.
Awesome.
After his weekly hit on Kayal Company, he will not be burdened by what has been. That's according to Tony Bruno on Twitter. So Bruno's heading out for early voting in the state of Florida. Some very good news in a trio of battleground states. We'll give you that coming up before the cut sheet this morning. In Georgia, in Michigan, also in Nevada. So stay tuned for that. That is on the way. And then also, we're going to look at something from the Wall Street Journal. Really interesting column on how the pollsters blew it in 2020 and in 2022. And they asked the question, what have they done to make sure they don't blow it again in 2024?
They blew it in 2012, too.
They have. AKA, why the hell we talk about polls on this show or this station or this format? I have no idea.
2016, they blew it.
Right, right. You know what polls are in talk radio? They're the equivalent of rankings in sports radio,
It's true.
right?
It's true.
Well, this college football team or this NFL team in my power rankings are number 2, but they lost to an underdog.
I think at this point, I could be wrong, but I think at this point in 2012, the polls had Romney up by 5. 5.
Wow.
And in 2016, they had Hillary Clinton as like a 92% chance of winning.
Right.
I mean, it's just, it's mind-boggling how wrong they are.
The
time. And yet we talk about it.
Do these individuals make good money in their career doing this?
Sure, absolutely.
So they're worse than the weathermen and women that get things wrong.
And they still make a ton of money.
Right. Yeah. The only other profession where you can consistently be wrong and make good money is radio. Because we're not actually judged on our accuracy of our opinions. We're just judged on what we deliver to the audience and the revenue.
Yeah, people love to people love to hear what they want to hear and then get all upset when that doesn't come true.
Yeah. 855-839-1210. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal Company News Live by Malvern Retreat House. In the news, we have Philadelphia police telling us that a woman just crossing the street was shot. A woman in her bed was nearly struck as 17 shots were fired in this wild, wild west. No, it's not the Wild West. It's Philadelphia. It's a shootout. A woman crossing the street, shot in her leg, another bullet narrowly missing another woman while she was sleeping after it pierced her bedroom window. And they're picking up the bullet casings, saying that 17 shots were fired in this North Philadelphia shootout. Police officers called to the scene, finding the woman bleeding on the ground. This happened at the intersection of North 6th Street and West Lehigh Ave, and it was in the wee hours of this morning. So Philadelphia police hoping that they will find some kind of surveillance video in the area and map those together to catch these shooters. But in this case, we just know it was a shootout on the street in the wee hours of the morning. That's all the information that we have. We don't know if this was gang related. We don't have suspects. We don't have anybody talking about who this might be.
Can you imagine just laying in bed? It's 12:30 in the morning. You're having a nice dream, and all of a sudden glass shatters, and you got a bullet sticking in your TV screen or something like that.
No, and to your point, isn't that a human right? We hear everybody talking about human rights and this and that. I would think this is a major quality of life issue.
No doubt about it.
God.
No doubt about it.
So the woman shot in the leg, she is obviously hospitalized and being treated for that. And the police saying that the other woman was not hit by that bullet that shattered her bedroom window or any of the shards of glass. We're not hearing about injuries such as that, but badly shaken for sure. So they're continuing this investigation this morning, active investigation scene. We've talked this morning for you, just giving the new details on the major human trafficking ring making national headlines happened here in the Philadelphia region, and learning those details that this has been going on since 2012, according to the authorities. So the Attorney General's office involved, local police involved in a multi-agency style investigation. But under arrest is a 52-year-old man identified as Terrence Jones, and he's facing multiple charges, including involuntary servitude as well as human trafficking. So in this one, he's accused of preying upon dozens of women who were vulnerable. And the difference with this one is that this guy, Terrence Jones, is accused of himself wearing a wig, dressing as a woman, calling himself Julie or Julia, driving around and trying to say that he was helping women who were in vulnerable situations. Maybe they were in a homeless situation. I don't know if there were young women in foster care. That was something that I was looking through. But women who may have some addiction issues as well. Anybody who was in a vulnerable situation.
Do we know if any of these are minors or are they just young adult women?
That's what I'm looking at, because they're saying it went back to 2012. And so that's one of the pieces of this that as we learn new details were some of these women at the time, 16, 17 years old. I don't have that information.
Okay.
As far as all of these victims, but they really were laying out a pretty sick case that this individual was preying upon these people and then gaining their trust and then trafficking them.
Yeah.
There's just a horrible story coming out, but they say that this investigation, by the way, continues. And I should point out too that they are looking at those quote unquote customers and who else down the chain was involved in this human trafficking ring. So all of that remains an active investigation. We've talked this morning about a Philadelphia synagogue that has been targeted. I know that they're looking for an arsonist who started a fire there yesterday, a dumpster fire that has been ruled arson now. We have that information. This is a synagogue that was that was marred with graffiti, spray paint, and anti-Semitic type remarks. So I'm looking into this as far as, are they looking at this as a hate crime? And usually the feds will come into play as they continue to investigate this. But members of the congregation speaking out saying they'll remain strong and it won't change their faith. They'll still go to worship. But it's unfortunate we're hearing about that at a major historic synagogue in Philadelphia.
Does Rashida Tlaib have an alibi?
Stop.
Have we confirmed her whereabouts?
We have no suspects. But to your point, as far as suspects, they are looking at surveillance video and beefing up patrols around the synagogue as well. It's Congregation Mikveh Israel in Center City. So we've been talking about that. And then community members will be gathering as well as co-workers from New Jersey Transit for the funeral of 41-year-old Jessica Haley, a single mom of 3 boys from Levittown, Pennsylvania, who was killed, of course, in that tragic situation that we talked about a week ago where a huge tree during a high windy day, the tree came down on the tracks, killing the operator. But a huge community meeting last night, bringing a lot of the community members as well as workers from New Jersey Transit coming together and saying they need to make sure that trees are trimmed, that there are despicable, conditions, dirty trains and working conditions, but they've had a lot of different fatal incidents involving the River Line train. So that is in the headlines as well. I want to call to your attention that McDonald's is in the news.
Yes, I saw this.
Yeah, McDonald's sandwich, quarter pounder, in the headlines. And this announcement was made yesterday by the CDC, as well as other federal groups like the CDC, the FDA, the USDA, the FSIS. All of these government agencies, but the CDC was the one to release yesterday this big news release. Upon this, by the way, McDonald's stock yesterday dropping. And in the focus here in the headlines, you're hearing that there was an E. coli outbreak at McDonald's restaurants, and they have McDonald's fully cooperating, and they're pulling quarter pounder sandwiches.
Have the feds indicted Trump and blamed him for this?
Well, I thought, as I often do, I look at this and I say, well, where is this? It's mostly in Midwestern states. It's on the crawl. If you look at local stations, it's on the crawl on their screen, although there's no evidence whatsoever that anybody on the East Coast here is impacted by this. They're not even sure if it was the beef. They suspect it might have been these sliced onions from a vendor. But E. coli outbreak, they're saying 49 cases. 10 cases resulting in patients being admitted to hospitals. 1 person died. These are Midwestern states. And so then I was looking at, well, when did this begin? When did they know about it? The first case reported, and I had to look through to find this, but the first case was recorded September 27th.
Okay.
And so it started in September, in late September.
Coming up on a month.
Yes, sir. In Midwestern states. And so my question was, and I'm just reporting it, why did the news break yesterday? Why did the CDC choose yesterday afternoon to release this information and make it public? McDonald's shares falling about 9% on the New York Stock Exchange, and McDonald's releasing a statement then in response to the CDC statement, said that a preliminary investigation found a subset of illnesses may be linked to these sliced onions used in the quarter pounder and then sourced by a single supplier that serves 3 different distribution centers.
So what are you implying here?
I'm giving you the factoid.
What are you sniffing around? Let's give us a little hint here.
Just the facts. First of all, if I live in one of these Midwestern states, I just wonder, was this being why not a news release, a big news release? Why didn't that happen in late September or early October?
I don't know.
Why wait a month if they were talking about this? Because you would think by October 1st they would release a lot of public information to say, hey, did anybody get sick? We want to hear from you.
Yeah.
I have nothing to that accord.
Okay.
It all broke yesterday.
I don't follow. And what am I missing?
Well, Okay, so
Just say, you can say it.
in my cynical mind,
Okay.
thought we have still going viral by all accounts, and this has been consuming social media for days now, ever since what many call an iconic moment in presidential campaigns.
Oh, so you think
Bucks County? Trump in the McDonald's right here in Bucks County at the service window. It was a viral sensation. And even yesterday, I was interviewing, people from the Trump campaign and so on. They're saying, "Wow, this is still dominating social media headlines and social media, and people just calling it an iconic moment." I don't know. I'm just saying it's curious to me.
Okay.
Huh?
Yeah. I'm just glad it wasn't any of our McDonald's in this area, especially the one in Bucks County that we know had some food health safety issues a while back.
Yeah, and that also was being released, that they had people at that very McDonald's who were cited apparently because they did not wash their hands prior to putting on their gloves.
Yep.
That was the citation. I'm just always looking in between the lines and doing my homework and asking the questions, and so I always want to give. I do, and so this is a piece where I think it's important to say, why is this story that does not affect anybody in our area, in the entire state of Pennsylvania, the entire state of New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, does not affect anybody there? Why is this a lead story in all of the news organizations locally and nationally? I'm just asking the question.
Okay. I like it.
Is it a lead story, though?
Yes.
I've been watching the Today Show for 15 minutes, and I have not seen it once.
All morning, NBC 10, it was the third story on their crawl. Our sister station, KYW News Radio, it was, I think, the third story in their lead. Yes, 6ABC, all the local stations and nationally as well.
I'm just going to hold off on getting a quarter pounder for the next couple of weeks because I was actually craving McDonald's a little bit, to be honest.
I'm the opposite. I never go to McDonald's. I will go to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Because my question is McDonald's being punished? Their stock fell 9%. This was something that happened a month ago. I know Greg's holding his head, but I'm just telling you. I mean, and by the way, these things are investigated all the time. So they were investigating it for 1 month, and suddenly yesterday they decided to do a news release. I'm just saying, what a coincidence.
Fair to question, I guess.
What a coincidence.
All right.
Is this the news, or is this your own personal?
He was asking.
He started
Dad, he started it. Dad, he asked a question.
I'm just going to be quiet so Dawn can get to her sponsor.
It's his fault.
It is my fault. It's always my fault. I've learned that through marriage. It's always my fault.
We have an Eagles fan in Florida going viral. Speaking of stories going viral, on a lighter note, getting a shout out, from the Eagles for rescuing a bald eagle.
The Eagles. No, it was not me.
It was it Tony Bruno?
No.
But this was a Philadelphia Eagles fan, Ryan McAvoy, who could not believe his eyes. He said when he spotted this distressed bald eagle, he was driving along the Suncoast Parkway in Land O'Lakes, Florida, and this happened on Monday. So he pulls over and they video it. And he grabs his jacket out of the truck, approaches the eagle, puts it over its head, picks it up, and then it's riding in his truck. And then he drove actually 55 minutes to Tampa Bay to a raptor center that he found online to get the bird the care.
Raptor center.
Isn't that interesting?
That is interesting, yeah.
So it's kind of a cool viral moment.
The bald eagle's an endangered species, is it not?
They're a protected species.
Protected. That's like one class below, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so it's pretty cool. You see the bald eagle. It's like it's like a riding shotgun in the pickup truck. It's kind of a cute story. So.
Yeah.
We are sponsored by Malvern Retreat House. So visit Malvern Retreat House, and this is the nation's largest Catholic retreat house located in Chester County. Malvern Retreat House, hosting men's and women's retreats, couples retreats, spiritual direction, recovery retreats, and more. Retreat from the noise. Hear God's voice at malvernretreat.com. Did you know we set a record yesterday at 84 degrees, and our forecast is brought to you by Garden State Earthworks. And the temperatures have been soaring, 84 yesterday, 81 degrees today. Enjoy the final day of summer-like weather. Our friend Bill down the hall Did he tell you?
He's playing Marion today, by the way. He's playing Marion Country Club where they host the U.S. Open. And he knows I'm on a golfing hiatus right now to pay off all of our bills. He comes in here 8 minutes before the show. Hey, buddy, you got a moment? I'm like, yeah, what's up? He goes, playing Marion today. Get out of here, man. Go play some music. Don't do this to me. You want me to drop dead at 5:54?
I know, he told me to kind of rib you a little bit.
Unbelievable.
So no golfing, unfortunately, for you. But for our friend Bill down the hall, it's going to be a beautiful 81, pretty much a perfect day to go golfing, as I tease you a little bit. But tomorrow, we're dropping like a rock. We'll be in the 60s tomorrow. More seasonable weather moving forward. But in this mini drought, as many are calling it, I believe New Jersey, they declared drought conditions and asking people, please, please be, prudent with the watering, because we have a drought here. A lot of lawns and trees kind of suffering from that. So sponsored by Garden State Earthworks. Do you have water on your property giving you a headache, soggy yards, damp patio, or pool areas getting swampy? Visit GardenStateEarthworks.com, your drainage solution. That's GardenStateEarthworks.com, or you can call 858-848-4444. Garden State Earthworks. Now's the time to call before the rain sets in. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. And I'll tell you this much. If Bill from the B Morning Show keeps teasing me about high-end golfing, I'm going to feed him some Midwestern McDonald's onions. I'll tell you that much. All right, on the other side, we've got numbers for you. Why you should pump the brakes on the poly market betting market. Are the pollsters going to get it wrong yet again? But some great trends for the GOP in Georgia, Nevada, and Michigan. If you like numbers, this is the destination, and it comes up next on Kayal and Company.
This NBA season, you can make every play, pass, and point mean more with FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. Check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. Doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before the game starts or after it has already tipped off. Looking ahead to the future bets for your Philadelphia 76ers, it looks like to win the championship, it's plus 1,000. So if you want to put that bet down early in the season, you're a better man than I. But hey, whatever you want. FanDuel.com/Greg for your chance to score $300 in bonus bets with any of FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present PA. First online to run money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue does not withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Are you working out, eating healthy, doing all the right things, but still not seeing the right result? Well, it could all be down to your metabolism. But now, there's a way of understanding how your nutrition and lifestyle fit into the bigger picture. Learn how your body shifts from burning carbs to burning fat for energy with Lumen. Go to lumen.me right now for 30% off. Lumen is the world's first handheld metabolic coach. It takes just a single breath first thing in the morning, and Lumen immediately analyzes your metabolism, telling you if you're burning fat or carbs, and gives you tailored guidance to improve nutrition, workouts, sleep, and stress management. There's no one-size-fits-all solution. Get something tailored to your body's needs with Lumen. Go to lumen.me today and get 30% off. Plus, listeners can get an additional 15% off by using promo code RADIO50. That's promo code RADIO50 at lumen.me to get an additional 15% off your first purchase today. LUMEN.ME, promo code radio50.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
You love your city, but let's be honest, the commute, not so much. That's where the free Odyssey app can help. Download the app and follow your local news station so you can get the latest traffic reports or find if your train is on time before you walk out your door. Knowing all this gives you time to think about the essential things like, do I have time to get coffee? Download the free Odyssey app and search your local news station. That's AUDACY.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535, 800-511-3535, or biglou.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Come as you are, as you were, as I want you to be.
726, Kayal and Company. It is Nick, Dawn, and Greg live here on a Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Take us anywhere you go. Watch us live on YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe buttons. Friday, under 48 hours from now, we will be live in West Berlin, New Jersey. Technically, the first Kayal and Company live broadcast remote, as we will be at New Jersey's FOP Lodge 56. Thanks to our buddy Wayne Bonfiglio. And is Wayne going to be on the griddle serving up some breakfast?
I'm not exactly sure who's doing what.
Love to see him handling some.
From what I understand, he didn't get his wife a ticket in time.
So he's sleeping on the couch.
So he said that he's making her bartend.
Honey, my fault. So how do I make it up for you? Make some mimosas and Bloody
Exactly,
Marys, lady.
exactly.
Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. Looking forward to that. All right. So if you love numbers, let's get into some numbers. I've got betting market stuff. I've got some polling, and I've got some actual real early voting results in Nevada. But I do want to just, not to throw cold water on it, but when something almost seems too good to be true, it's worth pointing out. So it was fun. It was cool. It was encouraging when you saw these poly market betting markets really start to tick in the favor of Donald Trump. And he was up 5 points, and then he was up 8, and then he was up 13, and then it's up to 20. And you're like, okay, hold on a second. Let's just reel this back in here for a moment. And now he's up 24. He's up 28. I think it was as high as 65-35 yesterday in favor of Trump. So now Bloomberg comes out with a story that Polymarket is cracking down on U.S. bettors ahead of the presidential election. And we gave you the story last week that there were 4 potential individuals that had wagered over $25 million in this cryptocurrency-based prediction market on Donald Trump. And now it appears that this could actually be just one person that has wagered $43 million on Donald Trump. We gave you some of the usernames, but now they're going through and they're looking at their algorithms because it's just so skewed in favor of Trump right now. Because when you look at a few of these other outlets, Polymarket far and away the highest betting market in favor of Donald Trump. There's another one called Kalshi, Kalshi. They have Trump as a favorite, but at 59%. And there's also another one called Predict It that has Trump at 60%. Still very favorable to Donald Trump. Could certainly be accurate, but Polymarket seems to be an outlier here. And they have went through a bunch of these, these analyses where they look at all these different names that are creating these accounts and gambling on this. And it looks like it actually could be controlled by the same person. Now, this is about to be very deep in the weeds, but hopefully it makes sense. Sometimes when it comes to sports gambling, you have these money movers that will wager a bunch of money on one team to drive down the price on the other team, and then they come back in and bet a bleep load of money on the cheaper team. For example, so you have a sports bettor and these really high rollers, right? And they say that, the Eagles are a 7-point favorite. Let's bet, I don't know, $20 million on the Eagles. Now all of a sudden the Eagles are a 10-point favorite. And then they come back and bet $30 million on the underdog as a 10-point underdog. And they're doing this to impact the market for their own personal gain. I say all of that. Hopefully I didn't confuse people. But I think what's happening here is you've got one person, I think, kind of doing some shenanigans here. Probably one of these offshore people that live in the Caribbean with a big yacht, these high roller gamblers that you read about or see in the Hollywood movies. And I think that's what's going on here. So I just wanted to point that out because I know, I was excited about Polymarket when Trump was up 12 and 15, but eventually it gets to a point where you're like, all right, yeah, it smells a little fishy here. So I wanted to pass that along. Secondly, let's get to a trio of swing states here. The Atlanta Journal-Constitution with some good polling numbers in favor of Donald Trump. Trump is up 4 points on Kamala Harris in the latest AJC poll. But I think what's interesting within some of these polling numbers is two things. Number one, only 28% of men plan to vote for Kamala Harris, according to the AJC poll in Atlanta, Georgia. Now, that's interesting. I think that's a big win for Trump. But here's a bit of a concern. Only 8%, and Stocker's ears are going to perk up when he hears this, only 8% of black voters in this poll supporting Donald Trump. Now, it says 74% of black voters will vote for Harris. 8% plan to vote for Trump. Yet 18% are undecided. So if you have 8% with 18% undecided, the most Trump could get to is, if my math is correct, 26%. Now, if you find the happy medium here, 17% would be the middle mark between 8 and 26%. I will do backflips and be ecstatic if Trump gets 17%. I've said he's got to do better than 12%. There's no doubt in my mind he will. I think if he gets to 15, that's good. 18% is great. 20%, he's winning swing states. He's winning the election. So I just wanted to bring that to the attention because, Dawn, it does not look like that Georgia males, based on 1,000 people surveyed in the AJC poll, are feeling Kamala Harris. Less than 3 out of 10, which goes to show you, and I think confirm, we're looking at an election that falls on gender lines right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think that I was just taking pictures of Greg with the screen with the national news covering the McDonald's story. So I was gonna. I'm like,
why you gotta poke him now?
I know. I'm poking the bear this morning.
I
Mama.
love sticking people.
We got 2 stickers on the show. I'm the only guy that doesn't do any sticking around here.
He's just asking the questions innocently.
All right.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that it will be interesting when we can do the post-game analysis, if you will, the post-election analysis along the gender lines. I think that an underreported story is the story of men feeling dismissed and disrespected and forgotten. Men of all ages, quite frankly. And part of this is the media. I think part of it is a backlash against the media. All these shows, and I've talked about this, that my brother brought this up. It was actually years ago, and he said, these sitcoms, you ever notice the guy, the dad is always the doof, especially a white guy, is the big doofus,
right,
and is always the butt of every joke and that sort of thing. And so I think part of this is just maybe supersized by the pandemic, but I do feel like men want to be heard and they don't feel represented. And so it's partly the media. I will say not all the Biden administration or the vice president's fault, but I think it's a cumulative effect.
Which is fascinating because what the mainstream media will do then, if men in mass vote for Trump over Harris, it'll be, well, all of these men are sexist. All of these men don't believe that a woman is strong enough to be the president of the United States and lead the free world. But this is not just a pushback to Kamala Harris. This is a pushback to the party that has, in some regards, not only devalued men, but they've made type A alpha as like this poisonous thing, right?
Toxic masculinity.
Right. And that's where I think, because you're going to have, let's face it, there's a lot of uneducated voters out there on both sides of both parties that, vote for certain reasons. And you're going to have people that are men that might just vote Trump. But if you sat them down and asked where they stood on the issues, they might actually lean left on a lot of issues, but are still voting Trump because of what we're talking about here. And, I have no problem if you want to say, well, not all men have to be alphas. There can be beta, and there's nothing wrong with that. But you're denigrating a major segment of society. And I think that's a foolish, calculated, or, probably a miscalculation on the Democrats' perspective. And then, speaking of men, black Michigan auto workers breaking for Trump. This was a very interesting story that Fox had. At this point now, quote, "I'm desperate." Michigan auto worker Joseph Knowles explained why he planned to vote for former President Donald Trump despite auto worker leadership supporting Kamala Harris, the vice president. Michigan auto worker Joseph Knowles is planning on casting his first vote for former President Trump this November, saying, quote, "At this point now, I'm desperate," he told CNN's John King on Monday. "So I'm willing to try anything right now to make sure I can take care of my wife and kids. That's all I care about." King explained to viewers how Knowles was one of hundreds of auto workers who were just laid off and placed some of the blame on the Biden-Harris administration for its electric vehicle mandate. Quote, "I thought the Democratic Party was for the working class, the average Joe like me. That's what I thought," Knowles said. And now Knowles, like others in the auto industry, making this pivot towards Trump, which we've talked about with the union vote. The bosses at the top versus the people that are actually doing the grinding in these shops and at these plants. I think paying attention to what the average run-of-the-mill male working in the auto industry is up to in these swing states is very important as well. Because I do think, it's interesting. You never thought that maybe an EV mandate would lead to a backlash amongst men, but I got news for you. and this is just my opinion, I'm never going to own an electric vehicle in my life. Never. Not with all the stories I hear, not with the charging port issues. Biden and Harris, they spent $7 million on charging ports across the country, and they've created how many nationwide? 7 or 8, I think the total number is, not to mention the cost. So I think this really works. Like if you're, and I don't want to get all stereotypical, but if you're a man with a truck and you have somebody forcing an EV mandate on you, you think you're going to get that person to vote for you? I don't see that happening. Do you?
You remind me of a friend of my son's came over, the dad, to pick him up, and he pulls up in a Tesla. And I looked at him and he goes,
was it Michael Pelko, was it?
No. And he goes, this is my wife's car. I have a F-150.
Yeah.
He was like apologizing.
I drive a Ford.
That's what you just reminded me of.
Got me a Chevy.
No, I think the truth is with the EVs, just like anything else, I think right now, go to the hybrid. I just think it's being pushed, the technology's being pushed too soon and they have to perfect the technology. Someday, will we all probably drive some differently powered vehicle, perhaps. Mm-hmm. But I think for the now, why not just do hybrid? I mean, so they're pushing it ahead of its time. That's what I think. But they're cool cars. But that's a funny premise. Mm-hmm. I never, as a woman, I never would have thought of that. But it's like not manly until the one dad did that. The one day I laughed.
Yeah. Well, lastly, in Nevada, actual results instead of talking about ridiculous polls, which is very fascinating. Republicans leading statewide in Nevada after 3 days of early voting and mail ballot counting. This story courtesy of the Nevada Independent, and this has not happened in Nevada in a presidential year, which encompasses races since 2008, which could signal serious danger for the Democrats and Kamala Harris here. According to the Nevada Independent, Republicans, as of publication, led by 8,000 votes statewide, or 3%. I just want to give you two of these other numbers here. Republicans have nearly a 2-point turnout advantage, and nearly 250,000 votes have been cast, probably not too far from a fifth of what the total vote is expected to be. Now, the Nevada Independent does say it's too soon to call it a trend, but a huge day for Republicans in the swing state, and a few more days like this, and the Democratic bedwetting will reach epic proportions, writes the Nevada Independent. So good work. If we have any listeners streaming on the Odyssey app out in Nevada, maybe you're out in Sin City right now getting ready to go to the casinos. Republicans doing a very nice job with early voting in that critical swing state. 855-839-1210. What's on the cut sheet? Well, you'll have to stick around to find out, but I promise you, it's coming up next. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, we're off to paradise once again. I'm talking the Italian Riviera on a gastronomical event that only Conservative Tours can deliver. Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in all of Italy. Trust me. A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. I'm talking about Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yeah, that includes your airfare. $53.78. Dining events at wineries in Tuscany. We'll toast Romina and Lorenzo. So much fun. Visiting an authentic farm to see how Parmesan cheese is crafted by hand. Just call toll-free 888-733-9494. You can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down. You'll see my picture there and a description of all the places we're going to visit. All new, all different from our trip to southern Italy last spring. Hidden Italian villages that you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, yes, Michelangelo's Florence, Milan, and we will conclude this trip on the Lakes region with Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. I hope you join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre. ConservativeTours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
The following is a paid commercial message.
The world was a lot different in 2006. No smartphones, no electric cars. This is how we connected to the internet. And back then, Bob Casey wasn't siding with the far-left liberals. But nearly 2 decades in Washington has changed Bob Casey. Now, Casey's voted to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports, and supported letting biological men into girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. Letting men change next to our girls? That's insane. Worse, Casey introduced a bill to force hospitals to perform sex change operations. Forcing hospitals to perform sex changes against their beliefs? What is Casey thinking? On top of it all, Bob Casey voted to raise middle-class taxes. Your family struggles, but Casey, he's for they, them. Bring normal back to Washington and fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Mustard. Perfectly placed. Perfectly timed. Always thinking of mustard when I hear this song at just the right spot. It's Kayal and Company. We're always bringing it. And if you have mustard, that's great. But if you need a little ketchup, well, download the Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature. Catch up on what you missed. Because after all,
we start at 6 a.m.
So if you're joining us at 7:45, you missed a lot of good stuff. A lot of our A-list material, as they would say. But we've got plenty of A-list guests. Tony Bruno, he's coming up 8:30. Sean Farish, live in studio tomorrow for all 4 hours. Directly across from me. He'll have to pivot back to look at Dawn. He'll have to pivot back to look at Greg. Because he doesn't want to stare at me for too long. Nobody should. And also, Friday, our live broadcast, the Great Mock Debate.
Oh, man. This could be either a giant cluster or it could be the best radio show we've ever done.
That's right. There will probably be nowhere in between.
Nowhere in between.
No middle, folks. Nope. This will either be glorious or an epic disaster.
Absolutely. Which
could be a dumpster fire.
Exactly the way I like to do radio.
Exactly.
When radio used to be dangerous,
yes,
fun, and cool.
Damn right.
And not just a bunch of people agreeing with one another.
Yeah, I don't agree with anything anybody says. I'm just going to start arguing with everybody. I'm going to be a combative jerk.
Yeah.
From the rest of my time here, however long I have left. All right, 7:48. Let's find out what Stocker's been sitting on. It's time for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What I've been sitting on? I don't know.
The Cut Sheet!
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease a 2024 C40 for only $329 per month for a 36-month lease. See store for details. They always go the extra mile for their customers because relationships matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting out with cut 18 here, Philip. Or Sean, whoever's running the board back there. Tulsi Gabbard yesterday announced she was on the campaign trail with Donald Trump. She is now officially a Republican.
Okay. Where the hell has she been for the last month is what I want to know.
Well,
she's fully made the transition?
Thank you, Dawn. She's fully made the transition. She is now a member of the Republican Party.
Okay.
Cut 18, Phil, Sean, whoever's back there, go.
Now, to those of you here or those watching at home who are independent-minded people like myself, who love our country and are committed to the Constitution and to freedom, the Democrat Party has no home for people like us. But we do have a home in the Republican Party where we are welcomed with open arms by President Trump and so many of you who love our country. And it is because of my love for our country, and specifically because of the leadership that President Trump has brought to transform the Republican Party and bring it back to the party of the people and the party of peace, that I'm proud to stand here with you today, President Trump, and announce that I'm joining the Republican Party.
All right, I think.
All right, so right off the top, first and foremost, wood. Number two, red looks great on Tulsi. And for the less important stuff, I first of all, I thought she had already registered to officially be a Republican, but better late than never. Again, I would continue to utilize her. You know, we're talking about Nikki Haley possibly coming out here in the final 12 or 13 days on the trail. I mean, you've seen Elon Musk. Like Trump, I think Trump's gotten, the bang for his buck, so to speak, on Elon Musk. But I had mentioned this for about a week or two now, that it seems like Bobby Kennedy and Tulsi have kind of gone off the grid, so to speak. Again, she's the one I think that can speak to independent women.
I disagree with you, Nick Kayal.
Okay.
I think he should. I've said this before. Bringing Nikki Haley out does no good.
Okay.
Nikki Haley does not have any. She has no fan base. There's no Nikki Haley. I'm a Nikki Haley gal, whatever. She has no fan base. So all of those people that voted for her were voting against Donald Trump, not for her. So she has no contingent.
So, but would it hurt?
He should do more Elon Musk, less Nikki Haley, in my opinion.
Would you say more Tulsi Gabbard?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So you think Tulsi, Elon, and Bobby all supersede Nikki Haley?
No, I think that Trump needs to project, and he's doing this, but that old guard Republicans, the Nikki Haleys, the Liz Cheneys, the Dick Cheneys, the George Bushes, all of those people that's the Republican Party of yesteryear.
Oh,
this is a new
agreed.
Republican Party with Tulsi Gabbard, with Elon Musk, with this. You know what I mean? That's what he needs to put forth
to try to lure those
yes
independents, like the 1.4 million
100%
registered independents.
Yeah, you're never getting those Nikki Haley Republicans. I really,
I played you the clip in the Big Take this morning
Yes,
of Frank Luntz,
he doesn't know what he's talking about.
So you think he's wrong on the 18 to 29 female demo?
I do. Well, he's wrong for putting a bad hairpiece on. That right there. Never trust a man with a hairpiece.
That is a bad toupee.
Never trust a man with a hairpiece.
Said by the guy with the best man hair ever.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
But
that's
he's a follicle elitist.
I know.
No, I'm just saying, never trust a man with a hairpiece. They can't be trusted. If they're lying about that, what else are they lying about? That's all I'm saying. So no, Frank Luntz is not correct.
Okay.
That he needs to lean on Nikki Haley. Come on.
All right.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
I would just say in a race as tight as I think this is going to be, and I don't think we'll know until at least Friday, if Nikki Haley can get me a few females that were, not on board with Trump.
You're not going.
What I would like to know, honestly, though, is of that. Remember in the primary, it was like Nikki was getting 20, 22, 23%.
She was not getting anything. It was the people who were voting against Trump.
Okay. But I would love to know of that percentage if that is 100% against Trump, regardless of anything.
I mean, look, nothing's 100%, but I would say the good majority of them were just voting against Trump. Okay. Now, at the end of the day, will some of them probably, but I think a majority of them won't vote for president.
This is why I won't rule anything out. Is when we look back to 4 years ago, I mean, we're talking about 40,000 votes. So even if 99% of these Nikki voters in primary season will not vote for Trump, but if you can get 1% of them, I mean, that could win you a swing state. I mean, we're talking again about 44,000 votes. Do we realize how minuscule that is in a nation as big as this with 100 and so what did we have last time around? 155 million people that cast a vote and it was decided by 44,000? That's like a little shred. It's like a little. You pull the mozzarella stick back and a little piece.
Dawn, you're into poking me today. Is my assessment correct, or
I love sticking people?
Or would you embrace the non-existent Nikki Haley voter?
I think that if they're constantly updating their internal polling, and so if the Trump campaign or Republicans in general think that Nikki Haley on the campaign trail can be of any help in any particular state, I think you'll see her there.
That's my point. Of any quantifiable amount, whatever that amount might be, even if it's a granule of salt, I'm taking it.
A granule of salt. Look at you.
Yep.
Very nice.
And I'm a salt snob as well. Just like Trump with the McDonald's shaker.
Plus, she's out of a job. So
well,
there's that.
She needs a job. You
mean those $300,000 an hour speaking engagements aren't paying the bills?
She's a woman with no country, no home. Meanwhile, Tim Walz was out on the campaign trail yesterday with who was he with? He was with that dummy from The West Wing. What's his name?
God,
Brad Whitford. Or is that the guitar player for Aerosmith? I don't know. He was jumping around and flailing his arm, or he was talking about jumping around and flailing his arms, calling Elon Musk well, I'll let him say it. Yeah, this is cut 5. Phil, go.
Elon's on that stage, jumping around, skipping like a on these things.
A dip bleep. A dip bleep. When did politicians...
Think about it.
Just curious. Before Trump, when did politicians start cursing like that?
Not publicly.
Happened.
They were always presidential.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. Now all of a sudden they're out there dropping F-bombs.
Which I like, by the way.
Sure.
I love it. I love the fact that we're actually just being authentic, although I don't think there's anything authentic about Walz. It's interesting for a guy that when he gets off a plane or he comes out on a walkway or down a ramp, he's flailing around like a flag during a hurricane.
Yep.
He's got a lot of nerve calling anybody, what was the word?
A dip blank.
S.
Yeah, a dip S.
Yeah.
A dip S.
Because we have to, because we're all adults here and we're speaking to adults, but we have to talk to you, the audience, like your children, because of the FCC.
Right.
Thank you.
As I was saying,
yes.
Adults can't talk to adults because these are free airwaves, and if they hear the S word, they might combust.
No, I'm telling you, the day I ever broadcast where I'm allowed to just curse all the time, it's either going to be a record-setting show or I'm going to have 0 listeners left. I got a foul mouth.
Ask Howard Stern how that worked out for him.
Yeah,
sorry.
Right.
But I will say that when Trump called the Veep an S vice president, what was that last week? Yeah. Everybody was saying Trump, in his harshest rhetoric ever, referred to the vice president as an expletive. I seriously doubt that when AOC was here the other day, she called Trump an S whatever. You have Tim Walz, who's the governor of Minnesota. Nobody's going to say, oh, they're using expletives to describe. So they only report one side of it.
Yeah. Well, and the reality is they're both incredibly odd individuals. I think Tim Walz is a bizarre dude, and Elon Musk is a quirky dude. All these people in politics that we're talking about, honest to God, and I'm not to sound like a shill.
Yeah.
The only guy that comes off, the only guy that comes off natural, and we saw it, is Trump. Like, Kamala seems uncomfortable in settings. Walz is doing like this. This Richard Simmons, Ellen DeGeneres, I don't know what that is, Mr. Football Guy. It's just bizarre. And look, maybe he's just been told to sell it. Hey, our campaign is about joyful warriors and joy, hope, and change. And then I saw Elon Musk on that stage jumping around like he won the Powerball. It's just some bizarre. DeSantis, they're all weird.
Yes.
And I say that from a bipartisan perspective. There are very few politicians that come off organic.
Peter M says cursing is low IQ. I disagree with that. I curse all the time. I love cursing. It's not low IQ. It's just fun. I curse all the time when I shouldn't.
Yeah.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tony.
Speaking of cursing, this is not really cursing, but John Fetterman, this is cut. Where are we here? I'm all over the place this morning. This is cut 12. John Fetterman was on the Late Show with Stephen Colbert on actually last night, and he called J.D. Vance a wang. cut 12, Phil, go.
Mommy, what's a wang?
Hey, Wang! You're endorsing
Wang!
Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz. Donald Trump's running mate is J.D. Vance. You've worked with Senator Vance for the last couple of years in the Senate. From what you know from working with him, how do you feel about the idea that he would be one heartbeat away from the presidency?
Yeah, no, I mean PG-13 kind of a thing.
No, you can go hard R.
Vance is he's just kind of a wang. It's like it's like, I know the Republicans, are trying to act like that was already part of that was the plan. But like people quickly realize that he's just a wang, and now that's the.
So now pretend that the plan was for him to be a wang.
He just is going to go around to offend people. It's like no, like people already have decided that that's the kind of guy who he is. And
I'm just telling you that it has never been. Politics has never been this entertaining.
If it was
we can all thank Donald Trump for it.
Yeah, if it was like this 17 years ago, I would have ditched sports sooner than I did.
We have Tim Walz, the vice presidential candidate, calling Elon Musk a dip blank.
Yep.
We have John Fetterman, a sitting United States senator from Pennsylvania, calling J.D. Vance a wang.
Yes. By the way, Jimmy Kelly, I need that he's a wang on my board, preferably after the show today once I leave. But, as far as the comments, so you got two Ivy Leaguers battling. Again, remember, Fetterman's a Harvard guy. But, I mean, J.D. Vance, to me, has come off, if we are to grade Vance since the day he got nominated, and even for those of us out there that were a little skeptical, we're wondering if, Byron Donalds would have made a better choice, or if a female would have made a better choice. Again, I was all in on Tulsi Gabbard. Dawn was all in for Sarah Huckabee Sanders. I think all of us on the Republican side of the aisle would have to give J.D. Vance pretty close to an A right now. Short of some of the unverifiable stuff, in Ohio, and some of the nonsense, and the childless cat ladies. I'm sure there's maybe one or two people out there that wishes he didn't say that because it might hurt them with females in the election. But by and large, if I'm grading J.D. Vance, scale of 1 to 100 right now, 93, 94. Done a great job.
He was on with Theo Vaughn yesterday on the Theo Vaughn podcast. I watched last night I watched a good portion of this. Again, it's a great setting for him. They talked. Nick, you would love it. The first 15 minutes of the conversation was about college football.
Oh,
so
I'm soaked.
So I didn't realize J.D. Vance was such a huge college football fan.
Big Buckeye fan, I think.
Yeah. He said he took his son to the Ohio State Michigan game, and it was like a cathartic experience. He said, but what I'm focusing on today. This is cut 6, Phil. Again, cursing. J.D. Vance, I've never heard him curse so much.
Neither have I.
In this
I've
podcast.
never heard it at all. Yeah.
He only does it once in this clip, but I said this with the Trump doing this podcast. This podcast reaches a lot of former addicts because Theo Vaughn struggles with addiction. So they went down that road about J.D. Vance's advice to young people with parents struggling with addiction, because we know that's what his book, or what parts of his book, Hillbilly Elegy, were about. This is cut 6, Phil. Go.
What would you say, and because we have a lot of audience members that have struggled with addiction, and these days you can't even, like, who doesn't have somebody that's in their family or something that struggle with addiction? Sure. But what suggestion or like just advice or thoughts would you give to a young person who has a parent who has alcoholism, as to how to navigate that? Because I even get messages a lot from people that are like, hey, my dad is struggling, or this, what do I do? I don't know what to do here, Do you have any thoughts on that? And it's not like you're a specialist.
Yeah, no, I'm not a specialist. I mean, here's what I try to do. I mean, take this for what it's worth. But number one is you gotta, if you're a kid and you're in an environment where there's a lot of addiction, you got to make sure that you're taken care of, right? Like, don't get yourself in such a situation where it's not just your parent that is struggling, but it becomes you that's struggling too, right? Because you can't help them out. You can't help them out unless you're able to take care of yourself first, right? That's number one. I think number two is, as hard as it is, man, and I know this very well because there were times when I had some very angry moments with my mom. Don't get resentful, and try to keep your heart as open as possible, right? You got to compartmentalize a little bit, right? There's the addict version, but then there's the version that, that read you a book when you were a kid, or there's the version that took you to, your favorite movie, or you try to hold on to the memories that are completely divorced from the addiction. Because I think if you allow yourself to become totally resentful, then it doesn't just affect them, it starts to affect you too, right? Don't allow your parents' addiction to become something that destroys your life too. In other words, is you got to kind of keep your soul intact here. I mean, I just practically go to those NA meetings. I mean, I learned more about mom and her addiction going to those NA meetings, and I didn't always, it's not like it was like some eureka moment. There's, I'm not pissed off at you anymore,
right?
But you at least understand it a little bit more. And you gain some appreciation for what's going on in their life, because that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
Super good in that setting. You're right. Yep. And, when he curses or says pissed off, I think that shows that he still has, some of his upbringing, his roots as the common person. Hillbilly Elegy, obviously, he was raised dirt poor. Then he becomes Ivy League educated. We've seen him in a suit and tie. We've seen him on the debate stage. And there he is with jeans and running sneakers on and drinking a Celsius, chatting with a guy who's got addiction problems in his own right. Again, and then, you throw in the fact, and now I didn't hear the beginning, but you said the first 15 minutes on college football.
Yep.
I mean, what demographic does he not gravitate or connect with, which is remarkable considering his approval ratings and his polling numbers. If you look at the polling numbers, he's very unlikable according to the polls. Yet if you actually listen to him and watch him, you're like, I can get behind this guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
So as we are speaking right now at 8:06, there is early voting and mail-in voting is in process, in progress, I should say, in all around the country. Right now, 21.5 million mail-in and early in-person votes have been cast nationally. If you look at it from a clearly national perspective, 45% are Democrats, 38% are Republicans, and
Hey.
17% are other.
Of 21.5 million, Democrats with a 7-point advantage.
Yep.
Okay.
Mark Halpern, this is cut 9. So we were told by Harry Enton, that we can't read too much into the early
Yesterday.
voting,
That was correct.
right?
Yesterday, correct.
Mark Halpern goes the complete opposite direction in this clip. He predicts that we will almost certainly know who will be the next president before Election Day, based solely on early voting.
Okay.
Cut 9, Phil, go.
Good morning, everybody. Let's lead with the lead, as they say in journalism. If the early vote numbers stay the way they are, and that's a big if, we'll almost certainly know before Election Day who's going to win the election. We're going to talk a lot about that. The reasons why Democrats might be underperforming, the prospect that they'll recover. But again, make no mistake, if these numbers hold up in the states where we can understand even partially what the data is like, we'll know that Donald Trump's going to be president on Election Day.
Wow.
Well, that's a bombshell. All right, Mark Halpern. Sorry I didn't get you into the big take, sir. We'll try to get our people to talk to your people down the road for a future big take. So if it continues at this rate, and let's just say the margin remains 7%, 45% Democrat, 38% Republican, 17% other for 21.5 million. Now, last time around we had 155 million. So we are like, 1/7 of the way towards that total last time around. So let's say we're midway through the first quarter of the football game, so to speak, and Republicans are holding their own on the scoreboard in a category they've been reluctant to embrace. Great job. And as I said in the big take, keep it up. Don't let your foot off the gas. Keep pumping in your votes now. The better you do now, the better chance you will have of Mark Halpern being correct come November 5th.
Here's my question. Is that so you know that a certain amount of Democrats cast these ballots, a certain amount of Republicans cast these ballots, a certain amount of independents cast these ballots. You don't know who they voted for.
Well, that's true.
How can you make any sort of prediction on how an election is going to go when you don't know if these Democrats are voting for Trump, if these Republicans are voting for Kamala, if these independents are voting for Trump or Kamala?
That's correct.
You have no idea.
Right.
And by the way, let me just say one thing too while I'm on this. If you look at, and this is nationally, if you break it out by gender, 53% of the votes cast early have been women and 45 men.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that, especially post Roe v. Wade. I think the women's movement and the pro-choice era is going to be palpable. But going back to your 38% of Republicans, how do we know they're voting for Trump? You're right, we don't. How many of that 38% are the Liz Cheneys of the world?
Well,
right?
that number, let me just say this for all my never Trumper friends out there. That number is completely overblown by MSNBC and the mainstream media. That number, that's why I don't understand the Harris campaign's willingness. If I was managing the campaign, I would tell them to double down on the far left kooks and forget these Republicans. So
you think this little contingent really doesn't add up to be much?
I don't think it adds up to be much of anything. Okay, honestly.
Okay,
and I think they're spending a lot of time on Liz Cheney and those people and trying to court them in Pennsylvania. And Trump already has a 90% approval rating in the Republican Party. So why you're going for that 10% that probably won't vote for you anyway? I know a lot of Republicans that even if they're going to vote, even if they're not going to vote for Trump, they're certainly not going to vote for Kamala Harris.
Right.
So I just feel like, and again, it's anecdotal. These are people I know, but I just don't feel like that's enough of a base to really, in the last 12 days or how many ever days we're out, to be concentrating on.
Unless the Harris campaign believes, and they're going against your advice here, unless they've already believed they've maxed out with the far left kooks. Because there's only, it's like 9%, right?
Yep.
It's a small sliver that the Democrats cater to with all these left-wing absurd nut jobs.
Well, I will say this. I heard a podcast with David Plouffe. He was on with John Heilman, and it's an Odyssey podcast, by the way. Oh. And Plouffe and Jen Dillon O'Malley, or Jen O'Malley Dillon, whatever her name is, are the ones running the Harris campaign. And, we talk all the time about Trump's internal polling. If you listen to them, their internal polling looks just as good.
Mm-hmm.
So one of their internal pollings is not correct.
Right. Somebody's either wrong or lying.
Exactly. So I don't know if it's obviously very strategic where they're going.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was announced that Kamala Harris is going to Texas.
Yeah, which by the way, let's analyze that. Because my basic entry level thought on 4 different states, Texas and Florida red, California, New York blue.
Yep.
If you were to ask me, how would I rank them on the possibility of them being flipped from what they are to what they could be? I would argue that Texas going red to blue is the most likely. New York going blue to red, second most likely. Florida going red to blue, followed by California going blue to red.
That's your power ranking?
That's how I would power rank them. So they absolutely mean nothing, and they're probably wrong.
I think, to be honest with you, I think that this is not about, in my opinion, and again, for what it's worth, everybody loves to, say, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I think that she's going there for, what's his name? Colin Allred. Because it was just
Against
released
Cruz.
that he is he's locked, like statistically tied with Ted Cruz.
Which I mentioned, Polymarket, it has to be dead wrong. Polymarket had Cruz as an 81% favorite. There's no shot in hell Ted Cruz is a 4-1 favorite.
No, and this is an example of somebody who spends a lot of time as a pundit and spends a lot of time in Washington. And sometimes you do see this, and that could hurt, let's say, Bob Casey Jr. here, that you see somebody who you don't feel that they're fighting here at home, but rather that there's somebody who is one of those career politicians who spends a ton of time in D.C. And for Cruz, how many times, you look up on any screen, he's always on with Fox News or Hannity or Conservative Network. And so does that, if you're in Texas and you see everything going on, you say, man, who's this guy working for? Who's he fighting for?
Yeah.
And sometimes this is the backlash that you see, the fact that he's in this tight race being challenged.
Well, he's looked upon as like a podcaster now.
Yeah.
And by the way, too, Texas counts for 40 electoral votes. So with all of this influx of illegal immigration and redistricting, Harris in Houston, they have Houston, they have Dallas. Austin's a very progressive up-and-coming city. If Democrats ever flip Texas, which I think is a very, very, very long shot, it's curtains for the Republicans for a long time.
Let me just say this. We go through this, and I've been through a lot of these cycles now. We go through this all the time. The Democrats are always like, oh, we have a chance in Texas. You don't have a chance in Texas. Stop. Get out of Texas. There's no chance in Texas for anything. Yes, I'm sure right now it's statistically tied with that Colin Allred guy and Ted Cruz. But at the end of the day, Ted Cruz is going to end up squeaking it out. And again, going back to the podcast I listened to with David Plouffe, he's like, every stop they make from now until Election Day is super calculated. It's gone over with a fine-tooth comb. They're not going anywhere where they don't need to be. They want to concentrate in the places where they think they can shore up the most votes. Why is she spending time in Texas?
That's a good point.
If that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know that.
I don't know. Great point.
Well, how about this? This is Harry Ent. This is cut 10, Phil. State polls currently show a closer electoral college finish than final polls show for any campaign in the last 50-plus years.
I've been trying to say that.
And that includes, by the way, we've all lived through this, that includes the 2000 Bush v. Gore race.
Oh, boy.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
Talk about a historically close race. Oftentimes we talk about the national polling, but I wanted to try and dig into the state numbers to get an understanding of how close this race is. Holy cow, from a historical perspective.
This guy's
so what I
unbelievable.
did for all of the years going back since 1972 was I took a look at the final polls, and then I basically calculated out what the electoral map would look like and how high up would the leading candidate's electoral vote total get. And what we essentially see is right now the leader's electoral vote total is 276 electoral votes based upon the polls. If you go back since 72 and try and find the closest years, if you go back to 2000, which of course was a historically close election, at the end of the campaign, the poll leader's electoral vote total was just 281 electoral votes. That's where Gore was in the final polls of that campaign. You go back to 2004, George W. Bush was at 296 electoral votes. So based upon the polls at this point, we are heading into the election with the closest polls in the Electoral College that we have ever seen, at least over the last 50 years. It's stuff like this that gets me up in the morning. It gets me truly excited as a political.
This guy's unbelievable.
To look at. I never would have thought of this, but basically what the polls are showing right now, the polls.
Correct.
The closest race in terms of the electoral vote that we've ever seen.
Exactly
That's
right.
fascinating. All right, how about in the key states?
Yeah, how about in the key states? You know, it's not just when you tally up the electoral votes. Harris likely must carry 3 of these 4 states to win, and these are the states most likely to determine the Electoral College. Look at this. North Carolina, less than a point lead for Trump. Wisconsin, less than a point lead for Harris. Michigan, the exact same thing. Pennsylvania, the exact same thing. Basically, the 4 states that are most likely to determine this outcome are all within a point. And when we span this out to the Electoral College, what do we get? We get exactly this. Harris with that 276 electoral votes because she carries these Great Lake battleground states, right? But let's just say we flip Pennsylvania and the polls don't match the result exactly right. What happens? We flip Pennsylvania to red, and then we get Trump to 281 electoral votes, which is not really much of a long shot, given that at this particular point, the race in Pennsylvania is within a single point.
All right, you just showed those 4 states all within 1 point. David Plouffe, who's working for the Harris campaign, says all 7 swing states are within 1 point. Have we ever seen so many crucial states so close?
No, I went back since 1972. Have the final Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin polls ever been so tight? No. No, they have not. We have never had a year where any one of these states was within 1 point. And this year, John, all 3 of them are within 1 point. It's a historically close campaign, whether you look at the national polls or at the state polls, like we just did. And I think we just got knighted.
So you're saying it's close?
I'm saying it is close.
Harriet, and thank you.
I think Harry Etten has flood insurance in that studio in case he spills. My God. Number 1, Jimmy Kelly, I need Harry Etten saying, holy cow. I need that on my board, so add that to your list. Number 2, I'd love to actually get Harry Etten on the show to talk about these numbers. I think he'd be a great guest. But lastly, this is what I've been talking about. I think this will be super close. I think we're going to have multiple days where we don't know. The Associated Press, of all places, yesterday had an article about both parties and both candidates having a massive amount of legal experts on basically speed dial. Remember back in the day when we had speed dial? That there's going to be a lot of litigation. I think about the last year and a half. How many court cases have we talked about on this show? A lot of them, being Trump indictments. Of course, Hunter Biden in court as well. If you don't, Dawn, who always wins? Who always wins?
The wife.
Well, be after the wife. As Zioli would say, who always wins?
Lawyers.
The lawyers. And they're all going to be on standby. Get ready for massive legal bills. I think there's going to be a lot of court cases coming up.
I'm glad you said that because Haley Jackson from NBC News interviewed Kamala Harris last night and was asked about that. Phil, can you pull up cut 8, please? Cut 8, go.
We are sitting here 2 weeks away from election night. Last election, the former president came out on election night and declared victory before all the votes were counted. What is your plan if he does that again in 2 weeks?
Well, let me say this. We've got 2 weeks to go. And I'm very much grounded in the present in terms of the task at hand. And we will deal with election night and the days after as they come. And we have the resources and the expertise and the focus on that as well.
So you have teams ready to go? Is that what you're saying? Are you thinking about that as a possibility?
Of course. This is a person, Donald Trump, who tried to undo a free and fair election, who still denies the will of the people, who incited a violent mob to attack the United States Capitol, and 140 law enforcement officers were attacked. Some were killed. This is a serious matter. The American people are, at this point, 2 weeks out, being presented with a very, very serious decision about what will be the future of our country.
So she doesn't answer the question. She was actually rough in that interview in a lot of different categories and subjects, one of which I'll save for tomorrow on the Big Take. But I will say this, because I do think there are a lot of people that are fatigued on both sides. I think there's a contingent of groups of a lot of voters out there that are invested as far as submitting a vote and really clinging to their seats. I think people just want obviously you want free and fair elections, right? And people question and contest what happened 4 years ago. But I think in a weird, twisted, demented type of way, I think people, regardless if you're rooting for Harris or Trump, they want the results to be decisive. Do you agree with that? Like, if your candidate's going to lose, you almost hope. It's like the old adage, the old question we used to pose in sports radio. Well, would you rather lose by a point in overtime, or would you rather get beat by 40? Which one is less painful?
It will be decisive, I believe.
You do believe that?
I do.
I think so, too.
Yeah, you've been on the record of saying that.
I don't think. Look, again, I'm going to say this again. We don't have landslides anymore, so stop with the landslides. The landslides just don't occur. But, to be a comfortable electoral college win, yes, I think it'll happen.
All right, so both of you are in the belief, and I don't want to speak before either of you, but you both believe the winner will eclipse 300 in the electoral college?
I didn't say that. I just said that
Okay.
I think it's not going to be this.
Because I don't see 300.
269 to 269.
Okay. Yeah, I could see 270 to 268. I could see 276 to 262. I think Anton said if you flip PA, 281, 257. I don't see a 306 to 232 is what I'm saying.
It's 291 to 247. Is that?
That's pretty solid.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, in that conversation, they discussed the cover-up around Biden's cognitive decline. Haley Jackson pressed her a little bit on this. Cut 16, Phil, go.
Can you say that you were honest with the American people about what you saw in those moments with President Biden as you were with him again and again, repeatedly in that time?
Of course. Joe Biden is an extremely accomplished, experienced, and capable in every way that anyone would want if they're president.
And you never saw anything like what happened at the debate night behind closed doors with him?
It was a bad debate. People have bad debates. He is absolutely.
But that's the reason why you're here, and he's not running for the top of the ticket.
Well, you'd have to ask him if that's the only reason why.
Look at the
What
face.
do you think?
I am running for president of the United States.
Hey,
Joe
lady.
Biden
Hey.
is not.
No.
And my presidency will be about bringing a new generation of leadership to America that is focused on the work that we need to do to invest in the ambitions and aspirations of the American people.
Oof.
It's a judgment question. That's why I ask. Wow. Can the American people trust you in these moments, even when it's maybe uncomfortable for Americans to level with Americans in that way?
NBC.
So that's why I ask. And it sounds like what you're saying is you feel like you never saw anything like that from President Biden.
I have worked with Joe Biden, hours and hours and hours over these 4 years, whether it be in the Situation Room or the Oval Office. Joe Biden is the one who was able to bring NATO together during a crisis where, for the first time in 70 years, Europe saw and has seen war. Joe Biden has done the work that has been about being a leader on what we have done to fix so much of what has been broken in terms of the economy because of Donald Trump's mismanagement. I speak with not only sincerity, but with a real firsthand account of watching him do this work. I have no reluctance in saying that. No, of course I don't.
Getting pretty deep when she has to resort to NATO in one of her answers. Yeah, she did not like that question at all. Who was the journalist?
Haley Jackson.
Haley Jackson.
Haley Jackson. This
nice
was
work.
this was taped. By the way, this was not a live interview.
Well, of course not. Nothing is live with this lady.
Well, but Brett Baer's was different because that one, even though they taped it, it was a quick turnaround. And that's the one where the vice president's people were sort of jumping up and down and wrapping it up a little bit early.
Yep.
After 26 minutes, it could have gone longer. So just I'll just point out, a very different interview.
Yeah. Yeah, she does not like being put on the spot about the process behind the scenes of the the coup.
She doesn't have a good answer for that.
No, she doesn't.
She's been asked it many times, and she does not have a good answer for it. And you would think that her people would be like, "Hey, you know what? This is definitely going to be something that these interviewers are going to ask. We should prep you with a better answer than what she gave." She's given horrible answers on this.
She has
horrible, and she looks uncomfortable.
Of
she
course.
fumbles with what she's going to say. Man,
I'm still waiting for somebody to ask, for a lady that always talks about threats to democracy, what does it feel like to be installed knowing you did not receive a single vote to earn this nomination, and the guy that you took over for, say what you want about that guy, got 95% of the vote and 14 million votes? That, to me, is subverting democracy. I'm still waiting for a mainstream media journalist to ask that question. I don't know. We could send this tape and just flood the inboxes of every media outlet in the country. I'll even pay a bounty. I'll give you $20, Haley Jackson. Just ask the question.
Yeah.
I want to see what her face is.
But and Brett Baer tried to ask the same question, but to your point, it just tells you there's something more, because wouldn't you just say, "Hey, this wasn't my decision, but when called to duty and to step up, I stepped up."
It's like the backup quarterback, right?
But
the coach decided to bench the starting quarterback, and I was number 2, so I'm going to try to make the most of my opportunity.
Yep.
Right?
So why not just say, "Hey, this was Biden's this was for the president's decision that he worked out with his people and other Democrats," but that's not what she's saying here.
Nope.
So it's what she's not saying that leads you to go, he was thrown under the bus.
Yeah, and she was involved because you have to know, she has to know that if Joe gets the axe, she is immediately the next one up because she is the vice president. And then, oh, by the way, identity politics. We've talked about this. Remember when we were talking about, could Gavin Newsom replace Joe? And what did we say? The moment they try to do that, it'll be deemed sexist and racist. That's why they couldn't do it.
And by the way, as far as Gavin Newsom,
Where did he go, by the way?
Yes, he's a good campaigner, and we like to make fun of him too, but there's that. But seriously, to have Liz Cheney continue on the campaign trail, I just don't get this strategy, and maybe there's something I don't know. Maybe they have something in the research that this is effective. I don't see it.
Yeah.
I think it's not really appealing. I don't know. There are a lot of other. Now I know Michelle Obama is. I did check because I'm like, where's Michelle? Apparently, Michelle Obama is going to be out on the campaign trail.
I think if you're Gavin Newsom, if I was him, I would keep my distance from Harris
Because he wants to run someday.
Correct.
Clearly, yeah.
By the way, your analogy of the backup quarterbacks, sometimes you're, what's his name from the Eagles?
Nick Foles.
Sometimes you're Nick Foles. Sometimes you're Drew Lock.
That's right. That's right.
Will she be Nick Foles or will she be?
It's a good question.
Well, and to make your point, sometimes the backup quarterback looks so good when they're the backup, but then when they get that main gig, they're horrible.
Right.
And so is that the case here?
Yeah, remember Kamala Harris came in after July 21st and it was looking pretty good. And then by like the third or fourth game that she was the starter, you realize, oh, that's why she's the backup.
Yep.
Okay. All right, but you never know.
Tony Bruno in the on-deck circle.
Yeah.
I see him. He's ready to go.
Yeah, boy.
Ready to rock and roll.
All right. Let's see what he
He's
has.
been up since 5 a.m.
And he's going to be on a pitch count, so to speak. We got to get him in. We got to get him out. He's got early voting today in Florida.
All right.
He's going to go cast his ballot.
All right.
So we'll get to Bruno on the other side. It's Kayal and Company back after this.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chapman Windows.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gotta
Take it away, Dawn.
Talk about my windows. Talk about my doors. It's been beautiful out. So I think about the cooler weather, fall-like weather, and the changes that Chapman made in my home, and some of them were custom. That's what I love about the Chapman family team, whether it's, you need a little custom something to change the look of something, interior, exterior. They really do it all. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. And I love the work, as I've told you for years now, the work they've done in my home. They're based in Chester County. Two brothers, Mike and Mark Chapman, started this company many years ago in our area, and they get all the high rankings, by the way. I would only trust Chapman and their team. But if you're thinking about changing up your front door, maybe your front door needs some TLC, this is for you. So for the month of October, Chapman has been giving the chance to get $1,000, a $1,000 credit toward a new front door. So all you have to do, just send them a photo of your current front door. And by the way, everybody who sends in the photo, you receive a $500 in credit toward that new front door wall. one lucky person with the door most in need of some TLC is going to receive that $1,000 in credit grand prize. And think about an updated front door. It's like a makeover for your home, really changes the look, the curb appeal of your house. So whether you're looking for a single door, maybe a double door, or the door with the side lights, that's what I have. Their experienced project consultants are going to help you choose the perfect new front door for your home. Just give them a call. You can text them. They're local. They're like-minded. Listing right now, 610-431-8898. You can visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-727-9105. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105. 800-727-9105.
The following is a paid commercial message.
The world was a lot different in 2006. No smartphones, no electric cars. This is how we connected to the internet. And back then, Bob Casey wasn't siding with the far-left liberals. But nearly 2 decades in Washington has changed Bob Casey. Now, Casey's voted to let biological men compete against our girls in their sports and supported letting biological men into girls' bathrooms and locker rooms. Letting men change next to our girls? That's insane. Worse, Casey introduced a bill to force hospitals to perform sex change operations. Forcing hospitals to perform sex changes against their beliefs? What is Casey thinking? On top of it all, Bob Casey voted to raise middle-class taxes. Your family struggles, but Casey, he is for they, them. Bring normal back to Washington and fire Bob Casey. Senate Leadership Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising, not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. SenateLeadershipFund.org.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets, because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
You couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
Damn right. You know that voice. You know those deep pipes. Wednesdays with Bruno as we head on down to Florida on a day in which Tony Bruno will participate in the democratic process known as voting. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. I'm trying to unburden what might have been or what could be or whatever the hell we're talking about. But I have breaking news.
No.
This could be the endorsement that finally puts Kamala Harris over the top.
All right.
The insane clown posse has just announced that they are supporting Kamala Harris for president.
Oh, man. I don't know, Tony. There's a lot of juggalos around here.
Free Fanta for everybody.
Free Fanta.
Wow.
Don't they do the Fanta thing, the insane clown posse?
I'm not up on their stuff, but I know that they have that gathering of the juggalos where it looks like you know, the gene pool was not open that day.
I haven't heard the insane clown posse since 1998. Oh my God. All right, Bruno.
I'm not making that up. I have my eyes, ears, nose, and throat wired into the latest. Now I know you guys were going to the cut sheet, but you're talking about the Haley, whatever her name is, and
Haley
by the
Jackson,
way, Wood.
Whoa, definitely Wood.
And the correct answer is Wood.
Yes.
All of those listening.
Dawn's rolling her eyes.
Is it Haley or
Dawn?
Haley?
I mean, that's it's Haley, whatever her name is.
Haley.
Hey Haley's, you got my comment going right here, baby. I'm sorry, that's an old Love Master joke. But anyway, Eminem, 1 minute and 21 seconds last night. Did you see that?
Yes.
Wow.
I wonder if they paid Eminem $2.3 million like they paid Lizzo for that In and Out. 1 minute and 21 seconds for Eminem, and he was reading from a prepared statement and actually said that Kamala Harris is going to make sure free speech continues to flourish in the United States of America. As she locks down any comments that were not submitted in advance at her town hall.
Exactly right. Which is embarrassing. And by the way, speaking of the Kamala concert series, Tony, coming up on Monday in Philadelphia, Barack Obama and Bruce Springsteen set to rock it out here in Philadelphia for the Veep.
I can't wait for John Clark over at NBC 10 to release the set list. I mean, there's nothing better than people always going to a Springsteen show and then going gaga over the set list.
Oh my God, he played Darkness on the Edge of Town. He hasn't done that since Buffalo.
By the way, you guys were talking about voting, and I'm going to vote. This will be the first time I do early voting. I don't know what time the polls open, though, but I doubt in Florida. Here in Florida, they probably open at 6 a.m. because most people go to bed at 7 p.m.
Yeah, that's right.
And so they got to get people to the polls early.
Good night, everybody.
I don't even know if anybody's going to be there today. I hope I show up and somebody's there.
How is everything weather-wise down there in the aftermath as far as voting goes, as far as, any precincts, any areas that you're showing up to do this early? Is anybody still impacted by the remnants of what occurred 3 weeks ago?
For the most part, no. I mean, we got power back in the day, internet in 7 days, but for the most part here, and obviously in the coastal areas, there's still some damage. But DeSantis, it's interesting, Ron DeSantis had the power on from 99.9% of the people in Florida affected. California still has people with blackouts because of wildfires and because their grid is a mess. So everybody's talking about, hurricanes, you're going to lose power. Remember, hurricanes happen in Florida. You got tornadoes happening all around in Tornado Alley in this country. You've got earthquakes, and again, earthquakes are not that serious because we haven't had a big one in a long time, but you never know when they're going to come. As I've said, the only thing about hurricanes is that you have at least a warning. It's not coming up tomorrow, so you have at least a week out to get ready for it. So that's what people do down here. But for the most part, where I live and driving around the area, I don't see any remnants of any storms. I mean, even like the brushes and stuff and the palm fronds that come down in wind, they're all cleared up too. They clean it up pretty quickly here. And some of the women clean up well too. That's another issue. I'll give you the latest, an update from the polls today. By the way, did you see that Maricopa, talking about we hope the results come in?
Yeah.
We're hearing like Pennsylvania, we're not going to get the results on election night. We got the winner today, Maricopa County in Arizona. has announced today that it would take 10 to 13 days to get election results in Arizona.
Are those business days or just calendar days?
That's a great
I don't know.
actually.
In a related sports-related story, the Dallas Cowboys have been waiting 26 years since they last won a Super Bowl in Maricopa County. So, I mean, just be patient. I mean, it only takes 10 to 13 days to count the votes in Arizona. And I live in the state of Florida, which was the symbol for inept voting things. Remember the hanging Chads and Al Gore and all the other? Florida was the worst state in the country when it came to getting voting results. Now it's the best state. And places like Pennsylvania, and I don't know if you saw the MSNBC town hall or interviews with people in Philadelphia, black people in Philadelphia talking about Kamala Harris, and they're not buying it. Now, that doesn't mean Trump's going to win Philadelphia, but you're seeing more and more minority people who have seen right through the facade that is Kamala Harris in the Philadelphia area.
Yeah, you're right. I want to get your thoughts on the thing that broke the internet for about 2 or 3 days. That was Donald Trump in Bucks County at McDonald's. You know, I said that this was going to be a massive success, and Tony Bruno and I have a lot in common, and one of the things that we have in common is a disdain for all of the New York media honks that blow up New York City to be the be-all, end-all of everything. And just because it's in New York, it's the greatest and the biggest and the best ever. I argued that the McDonald's thing is going to be bigger than Trump at Madison Square Garden. We've seen McDonald's right now. Your thoughts on the way that's played out? Because I think it not only did it break social media for 2 days, it's been in the heads of everybody like Keith Olbermann for 2 days to the point where they're like, this was staged. Yeah, Keith, of course it was staged. No crap, buddy. What are you talking about?
The world is a stage. Everything is staged. I mean, Eminem was staged last night. Did you see Eminem walk up to the stage and he had no idea? You talk about a guy unprepared. You know, I prepared longer for this segment than he prepared to go up in Detroit before he left and got the hell out of Michigan. Do you think that Eminem still lives on 8 Mile? And again, I love Detroit. It's a great city. I've been there many times. But the whole thing about Detroit, and it's just ridiculous. But by the way, Broad Street Love, you know, I like to keep up to date on the local love. By the way, have you been to the portal yet?
No, the transfer
Center
portal?
City? Have you guys been there?
We talked about it yesterday.
Yeah.
No, that happens. Did you go down there? Somebody put a picture of it. I think it was Barstool, and it was Danny DeVito rolling out naked in the scene from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Yep.
So the portal is now going to be. Here's my prediction. By Sunday morning, the portal will have been dismantled and towed away to one of those chop shops on Southwest Philadelphia on 61st Street. Jimmy's Used Auto Parts is where you'll find the portal come Sunday morning.
I was told, my sources told me that Chris Christie tried to get into the portal, but he got stuck.
Sloppy man. Chris Christie.
It's not right. Come on.
Yeah, sorry about that, sir.
By the way, have you heard about the Broad Street Love? No, it's not a race or naked bike ride. Broad Street Love is one of those NGOs, non-governmental agencies, that's helping people in Philadelphia. So they help homeless people establish residency, and it's all about, they found out that in one home in Philadelphia alone, there were 5,200 people registered to vote in Philadelphia. Now, you could say, well, that's a good thing. But then the other thing is, if 5,200 people live in one home because they don't have residency anywhere, is that legal? Now, I'm not an election expert, but I don't know if that's kosher.
I don't know.
And should it be Shabbat or should it be Sukkot? I don't know, because apparently there's a video going around that Kamala Harris was at some Shabbat, and then people are saying, no, that's not even it. It was staged. Speaking of staged, they staged the fake Jewish event. And they had the wrong event. They weren't even serving the right food. The dishes weren't right. Everything staged. Even Kamala Harris's Jewish husband doesn't even know what the damn Jewish holidays are as he's staging pictures of Shabbat or Sukkot. I don't even know what they are, but whatever they served, I hope it's kosher.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't see any bacon there, so I think it was all right.
I got to get your thoughts on this. As a man who's been known to have a bit of a foul mouth from time to time, you've got Tim Walz calling Elon Musk a dip bleep, and then you've got Fetterman showing up on Colbert, and he's calling J.D. Vance a wang. Your thoughts on where politics have devolved into?
Well, politics always, especially now. I mean, the next 2 weeks. Listen, I'm sure everybody else listening and watching feels the same way. I can't wait for this to end.
Yes.
Seriously. Unfortunately, it's not going to end in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from today will be the day after the election, right? I guarantee you there will be irregularities and, we don't have, Pennsylvania can't get the votes. Pennsylvania's already told us they can't get the votes counted. Yet, at American Idol, and they can get it done in one night. The lottery, they know who bought, what store won the lottery. They can tell you in minutes where the ticket was sold for the Powerball, but they can't tell you how many people voted and how many people didn't vote. I mean, if that happens again, and I know I'm hoping for a landslide so that we don't go through this. But if there's a landslide, then you'll see, and even Kamala Harris said it, they're going to go to court and they're going to fight this. And if Trump wins, there's going to be stuff going on in the cities. People will be angry. Nobody gets angrier than Democrats when they lose an election. That's a certified, stone-cold, guaranteed lock. By the way, speaking of no respect, do you see the Philadelphia Eagles Sunday night football game on November 3rd has been pulled out of prime time and
they got
put in
flexed
afternoon?
out?
Yeah.
The Eagles, they got flexed out of a prime time game, and they're playing better, and they're 4-2. That was the Doug Peterson returns to Philadelphia.
Oh, that's because
with the
Jacksonville
Jaguars.
Yeah, well, that's because the Jaguars blew.
Yeah, but Jacksonville, again. But you know what they put in? They put in like a Colts game instead. So the Eagles, the biggest problem with this, Eagles fans were planning to start drinking at 8 a.m. to get ready for the Sunday night kickoff.
Been waiting all day for Sunday night.
They've been waiting on. Now they're going to have to start drinking at midnight the night before.
That's right.
Because the game's going to kick off at 4:05.
That's right. Or
that's an outrage.
Or you could just start boozing.
Liquor sales are going to go down. That's going to hurt the economy.
I agree.
I believe the local economy and all the beer distributors are going to really be angry
Tony,
when they find out that the Eagles are losing a Sunday night primetime game.
I know. I'm going to have to make my state store run on Saturday now instead of Sunday. It's outrageous. It's going to interrupt my college football viewing pleasure. Come on, man. It's an outrage. By the way, let's talk about the Eagles for a moment because they've won 2 in a row. And did you know they haven't given up a touchdown in the last 2 games? So all the Vic Fangio haters out there might have to dial it back a little bit because they seem to figure things out on defense.
If only they could play the Giants every week. Now, the interesting thing is Washington, the Commanders are playing great, right? And the Washington Commanders, now their quarterback got banged up a little bit the other night. So many injuries in the NFL. But that's what's good about football is that everybody gets crazy from week to week, right? The Eagles lose, they win ugly, and people are mad. And then the greatest video I saw, because NFL Film shoots everything, it was Nick Sirianni, the much maligned coach, sitting on the bench near the end of the game in the fourth quarter, right next to his running back, who was absolutely phenomenal, Saquon Barkley. Mm-hmm. And he actually asked Saquon, hey, you're only like 13 yards away from your greatest single day rushing mark. You want to go back in there? And he said, no, man, let the young boys eat.
Yep.
So that's it. When people rip Sirianni, I'm not a Sirianni apologist. I have a lot of things to complain about because I'm an Eagles fan. But when he actually was sitting there talking to Saquon, asking him as the star player, hey, I know you're close to your record. You want to go back in? He said, no, I'm good, man. Let the young guys eat.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of stuff we don't see. And the good thing that NFL Films gets that sideline stuff. And it wasn't staged, by the way, even though I don't like the haircut, although he's one more haircut away from looking like me.
Exactly.
So
right.
I don't know what the skinhead look is accomplishing, but they've won 2 in a row, so maybe he should keep it tight, shave that head, Nick.
Right. Yeah, a Nick with a bald head is a winner. That's what we've discovered here in the last 2 years in this city. Let me ask you this, last one for this hour. You like that, huh? So Dodgers Yankees. This sucks as a Phillies fan, but I got to tell you, as somebody that does like some of the nostalgia of the old days of sports, I'm actually more invested in a World Series that doesn't include my team than I think I've ever been. Yankees-Dodgers haven't met in the World Series since 1981. Tony Bruno, I know you love baseball. Are you going to consume this?
Yes. Well, yeah, it's a World Series. I mean, I'll tune it in, but the good thing is, you have multi-view. So, like the other night, I was watching the Mets and the Dodgers in the game where the Dodgers obviously won the pennant.
Yep.
I was watching another game going on, and then, it was the football game, and then in the bottom, I was watching the New York Liberty of the WNBA cut down the Nets in their first championship. And congratulations, New York. the Knicks and the Nets haven't won since the 70s, but the New York Liberty are now the only basketball team in New York to bring a championship to the Big Apple.
Wow.
For the first time since 1973, and they were the original WNBA franchise. But when I was watching that, Dub, I was watching the Knicks game last night against the Celtics.
Why?
And the Celtics were, the last 9 minutes, they were up by like 35 points. They needed one more three-point shot to set the all-time record for one team shooting threes. They had 29. That was the record with the Milwaukee Bucks. And for the last 9 minutes of the game, it looked like the WNBA championship game, where every time they ran down the floor, they had all their scrubs in, and all these white guys for the Celtics were trying to throw up threes, and it was a comedy of errors. Nobody even hit the rim for the most part. Guys just chucking it up there, and the people up at the Boston Garden, they were going crazy. It was hilarious to watch, and everybody's saying, "Are they going to do it? They're going to do it." Finally, the last possession, they're going up the floor, and then they decided not to do it, and then the fans booed and got the hell out of there because it was a terrible game. It was garbage time. But I'm telling you, they missed like 12 consecutive three-point shots just to try to get one. Who said white guys can shoot?
Exactly.
These white guys sucked for the Celtics last night.
That is a racial stereotype that I will not condone.
I know white men can't jump.
Well, that's been
But
confirmed.
white men is supposed to be able to shoot the stinking basketball, right?
Bix on the YouTube chat says Liberty has more testosterone than the Knicks and the Nets.
Well, absolutely.
That's not right.
Bigger balls.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not prancing around like Elon Musk out there.
Yeah.
Tim Balls, of all people, to criticize Elon Musk. The guy looks like Richard Simmons coming out for The Price is Right, for God's sake, every time. You know, with the heart thing, and he does the heart, he pounds on his heart and blows kisses. Give me a break.
I know. It looks like he's coming out for the Ellen DeGeneres show. I have no idea what that's about. We'll do a deep dive coming up in the final hour.
Wait, Ellen's still on?
No. She got. Well, she was ridiculed for treating her staff like crap, right?
Well, that's what she hasn't.
Hey.
That's she played pranks on him.
Yeah.
Oh, it was
But
pranks.
she has a whole. I don't know if you've watched yet her little comedy bit. She kind of reacts to that.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. All right. Tony Bruno, you got time to stick around for the little bit in the 9 o'clock hour? Or are you off to
I
vote?
don't know what time the polls open here, but I'll be a poll watcher. I'll go live, and I will. What I'm going to do, and everybody should do this, because it's your constitutional right. When you get your ballot, before you stick it in the machine and it goes in there and you don't get it back, take a picture of what you vote for. That's the best way. It's having receipts. And so this way, I'll post it later on, and I'll piss off a lot of people. But let me be honest, everybody has one vote, except in Philadelphia and other places where 5,200 people in one house can all vote.
Gonna need a bigger house.
One person, one vote, and I'm going to vote, and I'm going to post it, and then I'll have people yelling at me all day because they're mad that I have one vote and I cast it for somebody that I liked. So
homeless shelters,
whatever the hell you want. But I know one thing: I will help with the landslide victory. I'll guarantee you that by 8 p.m. on election night, Florida will be called for Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. And I'll be voting no on Amendment 3 and no on Amendment 4. I'm going to start taking some serious ass.
By the way,
You're damn right.
Mark Halpern says, we played this earlier, Tony. Mark Halpern says that we're actually, from early voting, we're actually going to be able to tell who's going to be president before Election Day.
Yeah. We should play that for Tony on the other side.
Okay.
I saw Mark Halpern.
saw that?
I hope he's right. But now when Maricopa County, by the way, Brett Baer just called Arizona from Kamala Harris already. He just called it after he heard Maricopa County needs 10 to 13 days to count the votes. I can count the votes in Maricopa County in 24 hours.
What were you going to say, Don, about
I can sit down and hand count the votes. Who the hell are paying? But the best headline, though, is comes out from some magazine. Oh, the New Republic. Did you see what they wrote today?
Yes.
Trump cancels all his events in favor of one of the worst people ever, in reference to going on the Joe Rogan podcast.
Dawn, you were saying real quick as we wrap up the
just
hour?
real quick, Tony, they were saying here in Philadelphia that if you call home a homeless shelter, so there were thousands of people who were reportedly registered to vote, and their address, a homeless shelter. So that in Philadelphia, I know there are several shelters where they have maybe one was 4,000 people all registered with the same address, which is a homeless shelter.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I was saying I was called. I mentioned in one of the NGOs, the non-government agencies that get a lot of money, is called Broad Street Love. That's the one where apparently they had 52,000 people at that address because it was a homeless shelter, and they gave people a residency. Again, I don't know whether that's legal or not, but at least there are live people in there. Getting all those dead people to register, and even Jimmy Carter. How about Jimmy Carter voting?
Oh,
early and voting often.
I tell you what.
Oh my God.
He does not look good.
Well, he's 100 million years old.
He's 100. But I'll say this: Jimmy Carter has more working brain cells than Joe Biden. At least can admit that right now.
On that note,
Have you no empathy, man?
Tony Bruno's going to stick around into the 9 o'clock hour as we continue. Fourth hour is up next.
When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years now, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such professionalism, precision, and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to those all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done and fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have been relying on for decades now, Kitchen Magic. And you can get their free in-home consultation, kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, it's Nick. I visited my friends at Piazza Acura of Westchester and drove the Road and Track Performance Car of the Year, the 2024 Acura Integra. I owned an Acura for 10 years, and the new Integra is by far the most striking Acura I have seen. Well equipped with advanced safety and tech features like wireless Apple CarPlay, high-performance adaptive damper system, Wi-Fi, hotspot capability, and 16-speaker premium audio system. Visit PiazzaAcura.com or test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading. Tell them Nick sent you.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Wisconsin. Coverage starts at 7 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about your thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
When you're hiring for your business, ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology makes finding qualified candidates for your job easy. This made us wonder, what if the rest of the world was as easy as ZipRecruiter? Math problems wouldn't be so problematic.
K equals 42.
Escape rooms? Elementary. And summiting Everest would be a walk in the park. In the meantime, if you want to make your hiring easier, use ZipRecruiter. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Simple. So, see what the world is like when ZipRecruiter does the hard work of hiring for you. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
See Joe Conklin with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine at the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 2nd.
Joe is awesome. Wonderful. Excellent.
Show was awesome. Merrill Reese was really funny. I thought the Charles Barkley stuff that he did was funny.
I actually looked him up online. I was kind of scared. Oh, I thought it was great. My cheeks are still hurting from laughing.
I just got here. I didn't say it, but I heard it was great.
That's Conklin with Norm Clark and Vince Valentine at the Sellersville Theater, Saturday, November 2nd. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
Duty. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, and yes, it is your civic duty to vote. And I have fulfilled my civic duty obligations and have implored you to vote early and take advantage of all the tools that the Democrats have.
So,
well, speaking of that, go ahead.
Let me just ask you a question, Kayal, because a lot of people are asking you on the chat because you've been a proponent of telling people to get out and vote, right?
Yes.
Get out and vote. Are you using your own advice and voting early, or are you waiting till Election Day?
Hell no. I'm voting on Election Day.
So you tell everybody to vote early,
That's right.
And yet you are going out on Election Day.
Because the difference is, and I'm fortunate enough to be in this position, and I understand that some people cannot, I get off of work at 10 o'clock. So I have the rest of my day where I can wait in line and sit through any printer issues or power grid failures. But I understand a lot of you work 9 to 5, or you work 10 hours, or you work 12 hours, and you have a smaller window to vote. So that is my answer to that.
Just wanted to clear that up.
Hopefully that suffices.
Yeah, no, I get you.
Might not work, but, I will be voting in person at my little old church in Bluebell. Tony Bruno's going to be voting later today, right, sir?
Yeah, because people say vote early and vote often. Growing up in Philly, that was the thing. You vote early. And then I got 13 ballots in 2020 when I was still living in Philly. So they make sure they get the vote out. No matter how many times or how many ballots they can give you, you do it. And now Pennsylvania is one of those states, unfortunately, that is always questionable when it comes to how they conduct elections. I hope it's fair and balanced. I hope people vote. But I haven't voted early. And so I'm doing it now because, normally I vote on Election Day. But I want to do it today just to see what it feels like. Mm-hmm. It's always, it's always about the first time. You never forget your first time.
Exactly right. So let's play this clip. Mark Halperin, who successfully predicted the date in which Joe Biden would drop out, is saying that if basically the numbers show and that the trends continue to be in favor of Republicans, we might know that Trump is the winner even prior to November 5th wrapping up. Let's listen to Mark Halperin. I want to get your thoughts, Tony.
Clip 9, Phil.
Clip number 9, Mark Halperin on his podcast.
I did text
Morning,
him.
everybody.
Yeah.
Let's lead with the lead, as they say in journalism. If the early vote numbers stay the way they are, and that's a big if, we'll almost certainly know before Election Day who's going to win the election. We're going to talk a lot about that. The reasons why Democrats might be underperforming, the prospect that they'll recover. But again, make no mistake, if these numbers hold up, in the states where we can understand even partially what the data is like, we'll know that Donald Trump's going to be president on Election Day.
So, Tony Bruno, it looks like the number Stalker gave me earlier. We have 21.5 million people have voted so far. 45% Democrat, 38% Republican. Republicans only trailing by 7% with the early votes, 17% independent. Now, we don't know who they voted for, but if those numbers hold true, and last time around we had about 155 million people vote, Donald Trump's going to be in a great spot come November 5th.
And, that's all nice that we get there. The good thing about, and I always thought that when you voted early and you did mail in, and that wasn't counted until Election Day. So different states do it different ways. That's how they're getting these numbers from states. When I vote today, I guess it should automatically be counted, right? So I don't have to worry about that vote disappearing in 2 weeks. That's the question we want. But here in Florida, I don't have a problem with that because I know that's not going to happen. But the fact that people are voting early is smart. And that's why apparently Republicans are getting a lot of people out this year when they wouldn't do it back in 2020 or previous. Mm-hmm. I remember when we were able to do it before we had all this technology, we were able to get the votes in, counted, and know the winner by 10 p.m., right? Mm-hmm. And now with all this technology and all the ability we have to find stuff out instantaneously, we have to wait days and weeks now. Explain that to me. I want somebody, a tech expert, to explain why votes cannot be in at the, if you have something that you have to pick up at a certain time, like, when I get CVS says your prescription's ready, and if I don't pick it up within 2 weeks, it's still in the store, but they won't give it to me because then I have to have it reset again, even though it's still sitting in one of those envelopes, the 10,000 envelopes behind the counter. So the bottom line is, why can we not? Now, I get the overseas ballots and stuff, but we're always ready to have, we always knew that the military people and the Americans who lived overseas had to send in absentee, but now absentee becomes, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't make it, here's my ballot. So that's the problem that I have, and that's why there's all these questions about the legitimacy of the election and are we going to question the outcome? And you notice they only ask Republicans whether they will accept the outcome of the election. Have you noticed that? Has anybody asked a Democrat if they would accept the outcome of the election?
Stacey Abrams has disputed everything she's ever lost. It's unbelievable.
Exactly.
Hillary Clinton.
By the way, Brett Baer just called Georgia for Stacey Abrams. And also, Beto O'Rourke. Beto O'Rourke now has won Texas. He has beaten. He's beaten. What's his name?
Ted Cruz.
Ted Cruz has now lost to Beto. They brought in the secret weapon. Beto O'Rourke told everybody in Austin last night, yeah, I'm going to come and take your AR-15s. And he nailed it. He locked up Texas with the Democrats.
To your point with the counting of the ballots on election night and knowing results, it really is indefensible for Pennsylvania. I just did a quick search. Pennsylvania has 13 million residents. Florida's got 24 million. So there are far more people voting in Florida than Pennsylvania, yet DeSantis' state will have everything wrapped up by 9 or 10 o'clock on election night.
And that's not a partisan question. That's a common sense why.
Yeah.
Why ask why? Because, and now you're seeing all these videos of this one woman going up to a doorbell and Kamala Harris, people putting the little stickers and then stealing packages from them. So, I mean, it's insane because we use volunteers to go out and do this while NGOs are getting paid to post people on Twitter to go pass misinformation. Yeah, we can have people walk up to doors and go crazy yelling at people. Did you see this one woman on Ring, Massachusetts? She walks up, the typical white women for Kamala, old gray-haired old lady screaming and yelling at somebody. This is how crazy we've become, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have.
It's ridiculous. By the way, don't invite Adam Kinzinger to your shooting range this weekend. Did you see that video yesterday?
No.
Adam Kinzinger went out with some clown who's trying to beat Josh Hawley in Missouri.
Okay.
And they were out shooting ARs at 20 yards with high-powered ARs with a scope, and they were shooting metal containers. And one of the shots ricocheted and hit a media person in the arm. Adam Kinzinger, the He's the guy that obviously it was part of that January 6th thing with Liz Cheney. And now he's out there. And he was in the military. He was a pilot, and he was the pilot. Remember, he was the Kiev. What was the guy? Supposedly I forget what they called it. The ghost of Kiev. Remember that? The whole ghost of Kiev. He's using a high-powered scope on targets that kids could hit with a rock thrown underhand. And that's not a staged photo op. And it blew up on him because they have all these flammable things in front of them. Mm-hmm. He's holding the gun the wrong way. And this guy is criticizing Republicans for being pro-gun. This guy goes out and stages a photo op and almost blows his head off. Blows his eye
out. Speaking of stage.
That's a video. You have to watch that. That is something that should be absolutely played over and over again. Right. He gets bullet fragments in a reporter.
And you thought we had some bad shots here in Philadelphia for Dawn's News at 6:05 and 7:05. My God.
Well, we just shoot through windows. We just shoot through windows when people are sleeping at night. You know what I'm saying?
It's Tony Bruno listening to the news earlier this morning. Dawn had that story. Last story, exactly. Last one I want to get for you. I want to play you this.
Wait, can I just say this?
Yes, of course.
Josh Hawley, in reaction to what you're saying,
he wrote, brilliant.
Do you see it? I condemn all acts of violence against reporters and call on Kunce. Kunce, is that his name? K-U-N-C-E.
Kuntz, I think it is.
No, K-U-N-C-E.
Kuntz,
I'm sorry.
I think it is.
Yeah. Kunce, whatever. Never shoot another one. So I'm so sorry.
Leave it to Dawn to use the C word and the T word in the last 2 months.
No, well, at least she could get away with it. Yes. I mean, if I said that, I would say, "Oh, there's a guy going to low Thomas to not go."
Kunce.
Yeah, she was saying
a candidate's name.
Yes. Polymarket had me at 94% to use that word first.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, Josh Hawley has been on fire. He has another one, the TV reporter hit with a fragment in the Kansas City Star. Yeah. And he writes, "When liberals play with guns, people get hurt." And so it's just been an absolute. He's owning Adam Kinzinger, but don't worry, Adam Kinzinger and Liz Cheney will be at the next Kamala Harris town hall where no one gets to ask questions.
Speaking of questions, Kamala Harris did not like this question last night with NBC. I want to play this for you. This goes back to when Kamala knew that Joe Biden was basically incompetent and whether or not she was in on it. And here's how Kamala handled this question about whether or not the American public can trust Kamala Harris. This is a great job by NBC pressing her on the fallout after June 27th.
Cut 16, Phil.
Can you say that you were honest with the American people about what you saw in those moments with President Biden as you were with him again and again, repeatedly in that time?
Of course. Joe Biden is an extremely accomplished, experienced, and capable in every way that anyone would want if they're president.
You never saw anything like what happened at the debate night behind closed doors with him?
It was a bad debate. People have bad debates. He is absolutely...
But that's the reason why you're here, and he's not running for the top of the ticket.
Well, you'd have to ask him if that's the only reason why.
Ooh.
What do you think?
I am running for president of the United States. Joe Biden is not. And my presidency will be about bringing a new generation of leadership to America that is focused on the work that we need to do to invest in the ambitions and aspirations of the American people.
It's a judgment question. That's why I ask. Can the American people trust you in these moments, even when it's maybe uncomfortable for Americans to level with Americans in that way? So that's why I ask. And it sounds like what you're saying is you feel like you never saw anything like that from President Biden.
I have worked with Joe Biden, hours and hours and hours over these 4 years, whether it be in the Situation Room or the Oval Office. Joe Biden is the one who was able to bring NATO together during a crisis where, for the first time in 70 years, Europe saw and has seen war. Joe Biden has done the work that has been about being a leader on what we have done to fix so much of what has been broken in terms of the economy because of Donald Trump's mismanagement. I speak with not only sincerity, but with a real firsthand account of watching him do this work. I have no reluctance in saying that. No, of course I don't.
Tony Bruno, she didn't like that line of questioning, nor did she like the
Of
follow-up.
course not.
Yeah.
By the way, thoughts and prayers as the search for the body of Haley, whatever her name
Haley
is,
Jackson,
being conducted at the NBC studios. But the best part is the one clip on Gutfeld last night. If you guys could find it, Gutfeld played a clip of Kamala Harris in that staged town hall where nobody got to ask questions except the people that were picked out. Right. And she repeated she's got these talking points and these slogans memorized.
That's all it is.
And then it's amazing how many times she says the same thing. Yep. So I give her credit for this. She's really good at cramming and remembering stuff, and then she just keeps trotting it out. Now, Trump repeats a lot of stuff, too, but not to the degree, because Trump has actually asked questions when he sits down with He sat down with The Undertaker, for God's sake, the wrestler, right? And then he started interviewing The Undertaker about his curiosity about wrestling.
Amazing. One of the best clips I've seen, one of the best podcast interviews I've seen was that interview.
Yes, indeed.
Exactly. It was phenomenal. Because Trump, the thing about Trump that I think a lot of people who've met him and been around him, they know that he can talk to regular people. The McDonald's thing, yes, it was staged. But guess what? There was no script. He didn't have a cue card. He was just acting with people, talking to people. Even though the people in the cars were real people, they had to be screened because it's the president of the United States. Yep. So anybody going crazy, the thing that we can all agree, if you're level-headed, and I was a Democrat 99% of my life, but the fact that Donald Trump, a billionaire, can still sit down and ask people questions and is curious about what they think is why he should be the president again.
Yeah, it's
when
funny.
A woman can't answer a question. When a woman can't answer a question and wants to have the most powerful job in the world, she's not qualified to run, forget a McDonald's drive-thru, she couldn't even run a Sabret's hot dog stand in New York City.
Oh, Sabret's.
Go for one of those.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. In the dirty water, they're really so good. I like my hot dogs grilled.
Yeah.
But when you go to New York and you see the Sabret's at every corner,
100%.
and it's in that dirty water, and you don't care.
I was just up there the other day when we launched the Jimmy Fallon show that you can hear every night here at 7 p.m. And I walked by one of those stands. Oh God, I had to get one.
Yeah?
So good, dude. So good.
What'd you put on it?
What do you think I put on it?
Mustard.
Of course. That's the only thing.
Any sour? No, did you put in New York? You got to put the sauerkraut on.
Oh, I love a good kraut.
No kraut, just pickles and mustard.
Wait, did you say kraut?
Yeah.
That sounds like Hitler.
Mustard.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're basically Hitler if you put kraut on your hot dogs.
We'll get to that. I have all that audio coming up.
Here's a great joke.
Part 2.
Here's a great joke from one of my favorite, the Morning Spew, really funny woman on Twitter. Lucas Kuntz, Adam Kinzinger, and Dick Cheney walk into a bar.
Yeah.
So embarrassing.
Bartender says, "Let me guess, shots."
Mustard.
By the way, Don, there was nothing wrong with what you said. You were just trying to pronounce his name.
Mispronounce the guy's name.
Exactly.
Kunce.
Yeah.
It does look like that word.
Yes.
That we won't say again.
Exactly right. Tony Bruno, great stuff, brother.
Yeah.
Looking forward to your live coverage of your
I will
voting
post
process.
it. Don't forget, follow me on X at Tony Bruno Show. I will post my ballot for all to see. And again, you vote for whoever you want. I'm just showing you, and you got to have documents. You have to keep records. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I hear you.
Agreed.
I got the receipts. That's what I'm going to say.
Keep the receipts, buddy.
There you go.
Exactly.
Tony Bruno.
All right, kids. Good night, everybody.
Good night, sir.
Love you, Tony.
Good night, everybody.
Eagles.
Yes.
Go Eagles.
And go Eagles.
Eagles.
Exactly. There he is, Tony Bruno, 9 o'clock hour, brought to you by Budget Blinds. If you're ready for fall, Budget Blinds is your one-stop shop for blinds, shade, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com. The only no questions asked warranty in the business. When you schedule your consultation, ask about their special radio offer. Here's another offer for you. It's a free giveaway. It's because all you got to do is identify the morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You are not the president. No one who leads so many could possibly kneel so quickly.
I'm the man they're protecting. I'm the president. I'll kneel before you if it will save lives.
It will. Starting with your own.
What I do now I do for the sake of the people of the world. But there is one man here on earth who will never kneel before you.
Who is this imbecile?
Think you know what it is? Be call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again, today the prize is a copy of the book Letters to Trump. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. If you can identify that clip, you will get a copy of the book Letters to Trump. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. The phone number will come back. Get our winner, Dawn's Big Three, the cut sheet part due, voicemails, today in music history, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show, just 38 minutes from right now. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Revamp your living space with Emmons Remodeling.
Our seasoned designers and construction experts bring creativity and expertise to every project, ensuring stunning results for you and your family.
From new layouts to upgraded finishes, at Emmons Remodeling, we do it all.
So call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
I'm Tahisha Way, New Jersey's Lieutenant Governor, with a message for New Jersey voters. You have 3 voting options in the general election. Vote in person on Election Day, Tuesday, November 5th. Vote early, in person Saturday, October 26th through Sunday, November 3rd, or apply for, complete, and return a mail-in ballot. Whatever you choose, vote by 8 p.m. on Tuesday, November 5th. Details at vote.nj.gov.
Cancer, a scary word.
but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
They don't call her Confiscation Kamala for nothing. Don't take it from us.
And I support a mandatory buyback program.
A mandatory buyback program? That means the government forcing you to turn in your firearms. To what lengths would Kamala go? Well, she doesn't even support the individual right to own a firearm.
I'm prepared to take executive action and put in place a ban on the importation of assault weapons into our country.
We get it. Sometimes it's tough to understand what she's talking about. But on the Second Amendment and your rights, Confiscation Kamala has been crystal clear. Her gun control agenda comes straight from that petri dish of bad ideas that is California. She can claim to be a gun owner all she wants, but we all know she's the same anti-gun California radical she's always been. Don't be left defenseless. Defeat Confiscation Kamala. Vote Trump like your life depends on it, because it does. NRA Political Victory Fund paid for and is responsible for the content of this advertising. Not authorized by any candidate or candidates committee. NRAPVF.org.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Tried to make me go to rehab. I said no, no, no. Yes, I've been black, but when I come back, no, no, no.
It's Kayal and Company, 928, rolling on here on this Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great day. We'll get to what's on the cut sheet part 2 coming up in moments, your voicemails, today in music history, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. But first, let's give away another copy of the book, Letters to Trump. Anthony in New Jersey has identified our movie clip. Anthony, what clip did we just play?
Superman 2.
That is correct. Superman 2 from way back in the day. Yes, congratulations, Anthony. You've got your copy of Letters to Trump.
All right, sounds good.
You got it, brother. Thank you so much for playing and certainly for listening. All right, Greg Stocker, what's on the cut sheet? Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's the cut sheet? Part 2. Sponsored by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Phil, can you pull up cut 14 here? So I'm curious to get, especially Dawn's take on this, Nick. So John Kelly, the former chief of staff for President Trump.
Sour grape, Mr. Sour Grape.
I mean, he's a 4-star general, right?
Yep, he is.
Okay. We always like to give people credentials, right? Okay. He says that Donald Trump believed fascism would work better than American democracy. He went on record with the New York Times, Maggie Haberman. There's been all these rumblings that have unnamed sources from the... everybody kind of knew it was him, but he finally came out on record. There's audio of it, at least, saying conversations he's had with Trump when he was the chief of staff. I believe he was the longest-running chief of staff for Trump. Is that correct? 1.5 years? I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this, but it was from 17 to about 19. Let's start here with cut 14, where he says he does fit the general definition of a fascist, according to General John Kelly. Cut 14, go.
Certainly, the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. He has said that. So he certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, for sure.
There you go.
I think we just have to take a moment.
All right. I'm sorry.
Dawn?
Yes.
I don't know. Stalker was teeing you up for that.
I don't know. One thing, isn't it funny?
I was just.
Oh, I thought you said you wanted to get Dawn's opinion.
Wasn't it funny when he was confirmed as Secretary of Homeland Security? Remember, the media always called him Mad Dog by his nickname, U.S. Marine.
That was Mattis.
Oh, that was Mattis. You're right, James
yes.
Mattis. Well, John Kelly.
No, it was Mad Dog Mattis.
Oh, that was.
Yes.
You're right.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're right. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me just ask this. So John Kelly says to what you just heard there, but we lived a Trump administration. What was so fascist about anything that he did? Not what he said, not what he claims to admire from third parties. What exactly was so extreme about Donald Trump? That would be if I was in an interview setting or at a round table with John Kelly or anybody in the media that claims fascism, authoritarianism, or anything like that. What was it about Trump that, from an execution standpoint of policy, that made you think he was fascist? That would be my counter to that.
Well, I mean, look, this is what every news organization has led with today.
Oh, well, the Atlantic yesterday started pumping out more columns again about Trump is Hitler. So we've rounded back to Trump is Hitler again, by the way.
Well, I'm glad you said that because you teed me up for the next one.
I didn't mean to.
No, you teed me up for the next one. That's why we work so well together, all three of us. Cut 15, Phil, where he says that according to John Kelly, Trump said that Hitler did some good things. Cut 15, Phil, go.
He commented more than once that, that Hitler did some good things too. And of course, if you know history, again, I think he's lacking in that. But if you know what Hitler was all about, it'd be pretty hard to make an argument that he did anything good.
So what would you say when he said to you that Hitler did a lot of good things?
Well, I tell him that. I said, first of all, you should never say that. But if you knew what Hitler was all about from the beginning to the end, everything he did was in support of his racist, fascist life, philosophy, so that nothing he did you could argue was good. It was certainly not done for the right reason. And but he would occasionally say that.
What would he say when you would lay that out to him?
He'd just, that'd be the end of the conversation usually.
So was this recording the Woodward book?
No, this was the New York Times podcast. I guess they do a podcast.
No. This was an on the record conversation with a reporter.
Okay.
That was for this New York Times story that dropped last night.
Last night.
Yeah.
Because this is all part of the Woodward, right? The Bob Woodward, his new book, and that's why I was looking at Mattis, because former Defense Secretary Jim Mattis, he was quoted in the Woodward book saying, and the two of them were confirmed at the same time, right?
Yeah.
Kelly and Mattis during the Trump administration. So to me, obviously Trump himself, as well as his campaign, consistently, denying this, decrying this, saying this is not true.
So I would answer it a little differently with three different examples. One, I just read, and I believe, Greg, you had sent this maybe a week ago. We never got to it because there's been so many big things with the election, but there was a New York Post story, I think it was the New York Post, where Gen Zers agree with about 20% of Hitler's thoughts.
Horrible story.
Gen Z, Hitler, 20%, like seriously?
Yeah.
Secondly, when we talk about Hitler, what do you think of? You think of the attempted eradication of Jews, and he killed 6 million. And when we think about 2024, what party has been all about the genocide of Jews? It's been the Democrats with their far-left Gaza supporters. And then lastly, kind of reeling it back to that clip and also the Atlantic writing all of this again. And by the way, the Atlantic retweeted all of their writers that reshared the story about Trump is Hitler by whoever wrote it for The Atlantic. I thought we were going to get away from this divisive, dangerous rhetoric. Remember for like about 9 minutes on Saturday, July 13th, everyone was like, hey, maybe we should dial back the rhetoric. The guy just got shot in the ear, because some people, the crazies out there, will believe you when, that you say that he's Hitler. But again, just to wrap with this, if he was really Hitler, would Chuck Schumer be yucking it up with him at the Al Smith dinner?
This is just, for this to come out 2 weeks before an election.
It's a last-ditch Hail Mary effort.
It's downright, it's despicable, in my opinion, and it's anti-American. To come out with something like this, clearly Trump, who, by the way, his favorite child, Ivanka, Jewish. His son-in-law, who he cherishes, who he made a huge part, like one of his key advisors, Jewish. His grandkids, Jewish. I mean, give me a freaking break. Mm-hmm. This is such bull, and it shows you how nasty they are. Fine, if you worked with him and you thought that he was like an anti-Semite or that he was a fascist or Hitler, then why didn't you say it then? Why did you continue to work for him? Why? Why did you do that? And that should be the question. Why in God's name didn't you record him saying so? Do you have tangible evidence that a president of the United States was saying these outlandish things? Where's your tangible evidence, dude? If you were so concerned and you were so outraged, it's because you're not. You never were. It's a lie.
We know that this can lead to actions, right? Like Thomas Matthew Crooks or this idiot in the weeds at the golf course.
It's a great point you make.
But do we think the rhetoric of Trump is Hitler actually drives people to vote against him? Because those are two separate things. What the dangerous actions of attempted assassinations versus, because for the last how long in the show have we said we have basically covered all of the stories? This guy's going to go on that podcast, or this lady's going to be on this show. But will it matter? Will it stick? Will it land? Will it result in votes come election time? And the unanimous belief is no, everybody's made their minds up already. You're either in Trump's camp or you're in the camp that's against him, which by default is the Harris camp, because nobody's really enthused to vote for Kamala specifically. But do we actually think Trump is Hitler narrative from the media leads to results for Democrats?
Let me ask you guys. Well, that's going to be my question, and I'm glad you went down there, because you're going to get the one side who doesn't believe it. You're going to get the other side who thinks it's the gospel truth. Do you think that the people who really don't know are swayed at all by something like this?
Sadly, I say yes. I think you have a lot of uneducated, stupid people out there that probably don't even know what Hitler's about, but just hear the word and they know it's evil. And then, of course, they don't pay attention to Trump, or they see it in snippets and clips, or what they get on their iPhone feed from Apple News, or things like that. And yes, I do.
This is clearly the direction that the Harris campaign is going down, with Liz Cheney and all these former Trump advisors and Republicans and all of these people.
Liz Cheney, was the furthest right. She was by far part of they called her part of the neo-right movement.
Yep, you're not wrong.
So, I mean, fascism, by the way, an Italian word, stemming from the root word is Italian.
ConservativeTours.com.
Far right. So what does it mean? Okay, first. So Trump, who was president of the United States of America, when he was president of the United States of America, was he a dictator? Was he authoritarian? Was he? Did he, commit this subordination of people? Did he make everything militaristic? No, he didn't do any of that. Did he? No. So if this guy was there for 4 years, and even since that time, he is constantly dragged through the courts and persecuted. I mean, please, somebody tell me where there's any evidence, any tangible sign of this, except for the fact that people who worked with him, and clearly, look, he's a tough boss. Okay, I've worked for some very tough bosses.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, stalker.
Yeah.
And
total stickler.
Amen.
Up our butts every day.
All the
constant
time.
emails, texts.
I am like Hitler.
And you look like a little sweet pussycat compared to some of my bosses in television news, baby.
Pussycat.
So we've had the T word, the C word, and now the P word.
Oh boy.
Potty mouth Stensland.
But I'm serious.
Like it.
So if you if you don't like his style, then you leave.
Mm-hmm. But let's also talk about styles of leaving. Let's not if we're going to talk about people that have bad things to say about Trump, let's talk about Kamala Harris's 92% staff turnover rate.
Yeah.
And now they haven't necessarily come out and badmouthed her yet.
Oh, not yet.
But give it time. Give it time.
Just wait until she loses.
Yeah, or wins.
Vicky wants to know, was Kelly fired? There's disputing reports on this. He says that he left. Trump said he fired him. So who knows?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I mean, look. At the end of the day, this is being played on a loop everywhere.
Oh, of course.
Yep.
So I don't know how this plays with a certain, the people who are kind of on the fence, if there are any of them.
Mm-hmm.
But we'll see. I mean, look, you're never going to get the truth. You know what I mean? Because it's one person's word against another person's
and
word.
we're also 12 days out, so it's all hands on deck. Whatever you have, let it rip now.
That was sponsored by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future.
All right, we'll come back, get to a voicemail or two today in music history, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The leaves are changing color, the air is crisp, and it's the perfect time to fall into savings on a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. Take advantage of these incredible offers. A 2025 XC40 for only $435 per month on a 36-month lease. A 2024 C40 for only $329 per month on a 36-month lease. Or get 3.99% financing on select new Volvos for 72 months. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the relief hotline at 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448. 800-525-8448.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution solution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone. Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, yeah. It's been a long time, baby. Actually, not really. It was only about 5 minutes. It's called Paying the Bills. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we roll on, putting a bow on a Wednesday show. Tomorrow, Sean Farish, live in studio for all 4 hours. The Great Mock Debate coming up on Friday. Today in music history, in just a matter of moments, Bill Almquist is in the chair right now that Sean Farish will be in tomorrow. So I don't know what we're going to do for tomorrow in music history. We'll just put Phil back in the closet.
Over there. Yeah.
Oh, you're going to be in that corner. It's going to be a packed house in here. Beautiful. All right. Without further ado, let's get to the old reliable Odyssey voicemail machine, see what's on the hopper for today.
All right. Uh-oh.
More parodies.
I know why Kamala never wears dresses. The cold hard fact is...
Oh, boy.
She has fat thighs.
Oh, that's not right. We don't know that.
I know why she's so insecure and zany. She's varicose veiny.
Oh, man.
Must shield your eyes. Cause her legs look like a road map. Blue and purple scraggly.
Oh, man.
Wow. Wears a pantsuit to conceal them. Even worse than Hillary.
Oh, boy. Man, it's not right.
Newman.
Was that Newman?
Is that Newman? I think that's Newman.
Sure.
Maybe it's not Newman. We
know.
got multiple parody song imposters out there?
One more here.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Don't believe.
This is Newman.
It's on 1210. rig will scream.
Oh boy.
Start at 6 a.m. YouTube chat. They all know our name. The morning drive is our claim to fame. Kayal and Company, I can't deny.
So good.
Kayal and Company, to the day I die.
Yeah, baby, same here. Me too.
Oh, to the day I die.
Oh, so creative. Very good. Obviously, that's David Price. That's to the tune of Bad Company by Bad Company.
Yep.
So, very nice.
Very good work, Newman Price. Wow. Tough act to follow. We'll see if he can do it. It's time for Today in Music History.
Happened on this day in music history. Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, October 23rd, we celebrate the birthdays of Robert Trujillo from Metallica, who's 60, and Weird Al Yankovic, who's now 65. Heavenly birthday shout out to Greg Ridley from Spooky Tooth, as well as Humble Pie. We also lost Pete Burns from Dead or Alive on this day in 2015, and Al Jolson in 1950. Singles include Rehab by Amy Winehouse in 2006. Another Day in Paradise by Phil Collins in 89. Screaming Eagles by Sabaton in 2010. And in 2020, Sepultura released their cover of Soft Cell's Tainted Love. I think my first mention of Sepultura so far.
Thank God for that.
Altitude Mountain View by Incubus in 2001. Osmosis by Ozzy in 95. Melancholy and Infinite Sadness by the Smashing Pumpkins in 95. Trespass by Genesis in 90. And Def Leppard's first greatest hits album, Vault, in 95. Also in 89, Nirvana played their first European show. In 76, Chicago topped the singles chart with If You Leave Me Now. On that same day, Led Zeppelin made their U.S. TV debut. And in 95, Def Leppard played 3 gigs on 3 continents in 24 hours, setting a world record. But lastly, on this day in 81, George Thorogood began his 50-50 tour, playing 50 shows in 50 states on 50 consecutive days. And actually, speaking of Thorogood, he just announced a show at the Keswick. He'll be here on February 21st. Tickets go on sale this Friday, the same day that we have our debate on PHT. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
Look at that.
By the way, do you want to hear a little bit of the Sepultura Tainted Love?
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go, Dawn.
I'll get you in the mood.
Just for a bag of lunch.
Bench press 400 pounds.
All right. Yeah, this could be Dawn's theme music.
This is Dawn's walk-up music to the celebrity softball game. She's going to hit a home run over the fence and then trot around the bases.
This is like my mood right now after the John Kelly.
Yeah. Yeah, take that, John Kelly, you
Smear
little
job.
weasel.
I'm just canceling my New York Times subscription.
Good.
I
What
do
you got?
this, I
Really
do this about
quickly.
every 6 months.
What do you got lined up?
Oh my God, we have so much lined up. It's going to be good. We have Caroline Levitt. Thank you.
Sorry.
I'm going to rock it, and
Yeah.
I'm going to rock it, baby. I'm so mad right now.
Oh, so
I'm
mad.
fired up.
So mad.
So Caroline Levitt is. I've lost my mind. It's just the media just blowing up over this is infuriating, and we got to talk about it.
Good. Bottle it for 10 o'clock.
You're not even going to believe what's happening right now worldwide. Is this World War III? I'm not making it up. There is action being reported as I speak. Lloyd Austin. This is very serious, and it's terrible what's happening in the world. So we'll talk about that, talk about politics. Whew, great guests. It's incredible.
All right. Maybe this is the October surprise.
Oh, God.
All right. That'll do it for us. Everybody have a great rest of your Wednesday. Find a punching bag, a speed bag, whatever you need to do to let out some frustration. Print off a picture of John Kelly and just keep throwing haymakers at it. We'll see you tomorrow. Sean Farish in studio for all 4 hours, as Mr. Wang would say.
Good night, everybody.
Prescriptions required. Online
consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for